change. Keeping bots, always important. Okay. Lowering the music a little bit more, just to get in a bit in the mood. I have been rather annoying the past 2 weeks. The past 3 weeks, actually. No, it's just the 2 weeks before the last week. Because I was in Ireland and I made sure to share as much as I can without spoiling too much for the stream that is about to unfold before you. It was the first time, not the first, the second time I did a vacation trip that didn't have a specific destination in mind other than the general country and the locations that I picked, but there isn't an event or any particular reason other than just seeing the country. And with the first trip being Japan, as we already know that everyone that is in their 30s or 20s, I think it starts in the 20s, but I'm a little late as usual. They need to go to a trip to Japan to find to change their trajectory of life. Unfortunately, I mean, I think the Japan trip for me was a pivotal point, but not necessarily in a positive way. No, I think it did. While the experience itself I wouldn't consider super positive, it was still an important learning experience. I always say it gave me a lot of experience, and that helped me to put into perspective the kind of person that I am and the kind of person that I am in relation to this world. And I was planning to use that experience for a new trip, but I haven't really found the proper location for that. In fact, about 2 weeks ago, I should have been at Offkai. I even bought the ticket and everything. But as my mood shifted and I decided Offkai wasn't the place to be as myself, for various reasons that I will go into another time, I decided to cancel that trip. I've only booked the ticket, not anything else. I think one of the problems was that it just felt like too expensive for just 3 days. At least for me, since I'll be traveling by myself and also housing by myself. So I picked a different location, and I wanted to see something that is a little bit closer to me because it just saves me on travel time. And Ireland came up. A couple people that I know. I wouldn't consider them close friends, at least not from their side, but people that I respect a lot. They are from Ireland. They live there. And for no real other reason, I decided to make my way there and see what kind of adventures I can get up to. Now, the strategy for this time was going to be a little bit different than the one I had in Japan. In Japan, I was just touching down in Tokyo and then staying in Tokyo for 2 weeks. Because I was under the assumption that there is enough to do there. And it is true, there is enough to do there if you have the required skills to unlock them, which I did not. However, in Ireland, I was at the very least able to communicate with everyone since they would be speaking English. At least that's what I initially thought. And then I got a little scared, and then I was at ease again. I think the trip was a success, and maybe even a resounding success. But I don't want to take too much away from the entire, the showcase. And we will be starting with a couple of images and a couple of videos that I would like to show, and I'll just throw them on the screen as is. And I'll see how we do with the eventual walkies part of this. I've been thinking if I do it in a chronological order, it might make the most sense to do so. I've looked for walkies locations in every place that I was, or I'll just find the time to do them, but there wasn't honestly not a lot to do. And even the videos that I recorded, I think they come up to like 3 or 4 hours of footage, but I'm not going to be playing all of it because I think the locations that I picked or the stuff that I recorded doesn't really show anything that I think is too interesting, and I'm not planning to let the stream to go on for too long because I think it would just waste too much time. But you know, for all that happens, we'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes, and I'll just start with some of the pictures early on, and we'll see where it goes, where the stream leads us today. I would say from the documentation that I've done, I've picked a couple of good pictures, I've picked a couple of bad pictures, or like I've definitely not gotten my entire trip documented because at some point I just want to put the phone down. I just don't want to think about taking a picture every single time I'm doing it. Oh, like I'm seeing something. A lot of it is just, you know, just enjoying the sights. That's pretty much it. I don't want to necessarily look at everything and try to document the entire thing just so I can make one measly stream out of it. It is also supposed to be an adventure for me personally, to cultivate my spirit, and I always take a little bit of cultivation damage. I will be cultivating at reduced efficiency whenever I take out my phone to capture one of these moments. A little bit of energy is always lost. Especially I felt with a couple times I just held up my phone to record where it's just like, why am I doing this? I really want to because there's a couple really cool things that I caught on camera, but at the same time I don't really want to. But that's not a problem. I think what I've got is still plenty to fill today, and I would like to share this with you. So if you'd like to hear about it, then why not sit down with me and enjoy with me the 2 weeks that I spent in Ireland. Oops. That's not what I wanted to do. Huh? Oh, yeah. Sorry about that. There we go. All right. Just the base Photos app because I don't really know how else to do it. I think switching scenes for this is probably better. No, I think for now we don't really have to do that. I think we can just do it. Oh, let's not move too much around. What is happening to me? There we go. I want this, and I want this to be a little more cut off. I know doesn't need to hide me completely. And then we'll just do it like this. Should be fine. It's not too important. All right, we're setting off. I'm also not really... I do remember, obviously, all the photos that I took, but I'm not exactly... There isn't always a reason to take a photo. Sometimes I just take it because I feel like it, or because maybe I wanted to send it to someone at that particular point. I didn't curate my folder enough to take out all the unrelated stuff, but it's still mostly just things that I take pictures of. Obviously, plain pictures are always nice. This one is from the boarding tube, the boarding tunnel. That's just the city hopper. This time I'm not taking a big flight. It's just 2 domestic flights, one to Amsterdam, and then to Dublin, which will be a little bit more annoying later on. The fact that both the flight to Ireland and the return flight are in Dublin, but we'll get into that a little bit later. Try to catch a little bit of a little bit of the sky. Something is always magical about the sky, and I think I have I've seen a post where someone obviously engagement bait of a guy taking a picture of a person in a plane taking a picture outside of the window, and with the caption is like, why do low-income people always why are low-income people always so amazed at flight flying? Like, obviously it's just rage bait. Because flying is amazing. It's insane. Yes, you can get used to it, and I have gotten used to it, but I don't think that should detract from the sense of wonder that flying is, or like that it invokes, because being above the clouds, just the texture of the clouds, they look like fluffy cotton. They look a little bit like mold that has been out for way too long. It becomes like very, very fluffy. Clouds come in very different shapes and sizes. Of course, this one was just a blanket, like it's almost like a mountain area made of cotton candy. It's always nice. It's like clouds are so intangible when you're on the ground that it's almost like you can touch them when you reach towards the window. But it never is, of course. It's just a spectacle, but it's still a feast for the eyes, I believe. It's something that I personally always enjoy. So no harm done here. Always enjoy the whimsy of the power of flight that we have harnessed as modern society. I believe this is in front of Amsterdam, just catching a little bit of that cool sunlight hitting a specific point in the distance. I felt like it looks very more impressive in person, of course. Just a hole in the clouds, like a spot that is illuminated by a higher power. Very fun stuff, very basic, but I always like pictures like this. It's just a fun way to remember back when I was just ever so slightly amazed. Obviously, the obligatory Amsterdam airport pick. This thing has been in construction for eternity, but it seems to have mostly concluded now. It is now a relatively comfortable airport. I actually really like this one. I think in terms of food amenities, it's not that great. If it seems like European airports don't really like the idea of sitting down and having a meal. Whenever you go into to an airport in America, for example, there's always plenty of restaurants, and that was actually, I think, the biggest one. One of the biggest ones, that was actually Birmingham. Birmingham has a relatively boring airport, but the pre-board area is filled to the brim with actually cool restaurant places. Actually really cool. I like that. I always like to get like a full meal at the airport if I can. And it's better if it's like maybe a chain restaurant or something that gives me just something to refill. Not really a sandwich guy. If you want sandwiches or vegan ciabattas with like tofu and lettuce and stuff like that, just the most elaborate sandwiches, or one of 17,000 different coffees, then Europe will be your friend. You will love it there. But I'm not a sandwich guy. I just either want something warm, or I just want like a piece of bread or something. But yeah, otherwise very comfortable airport, very nice to traverse, very quick onboarding, very quick security gates. Everything is super fast. This airport is really busy, so they can't spend too much time. And there's always been, it's always management wise, there's never much time that I have to spend there, which is great. Since almost every travel I'll be hitting this airport every journey, at least if I'm going to the west or the north. All right, there's some blurry pictures here because I tried to take them with my Pixel 7. It's not good at night light. It turns out this one's a little better because there's light here, but it turns out the iPhone's actually way better at that. So I took a couple of pictures. This is my first destination. It's actually... It's like around here. It's in one of these houses. This is Trinity College. Trinity College in Dublin, it's in the very city center, is a sort of historic area where, well, it's a college, of course, and there's still students doing courses there and stuff. They have a library, they have like courses and everything, but it's mostly just kind of a tourist attraction. I stayed there for 3 days, 3 nights actually. It's kind of, you stay in one of the student dorms, and it's actually quite nice. Shared bathrooms, of course, but that wasn't really a problem. I didn't see a soul in there. I know there was people with me on the same floor. I think it was like 4 rooms, and that was just kind of, that was comfortable. It was an interesting first checkpoint. I was mostly just walking around Dublin, just kind of exploring a little bit. I'll get to sorting my thoughts a little bit. I'm not gonna go day by day and stuff because I probably will forget a bunch of things, but we'll have to see how that goes. I would say I would describe my trip as relatively unremarkable because I'm a person that is satisfied with a lot of with just walking through a city, looking at a couple of stores, looking at the people, maybe having a little bit of food, a little bit of local food, and then just enjoying the vibe. I'm not really so much of a tourist guy, I think. If you are looking to travel with the hero, you can pretty much do whatever you want. I'm just happy to tag along. This time I had a little bit of an itinerary, but still not much. I just had a loose plan, and I was totally fine with just relaxing a bit. And I think the first half of the trip actually really reflects that a little bit. So here's the nice courtyard with a chapel that's a little bit illuminated. Nothing too special, but it was a nice sight. To get here in the middle of the night. I literally checked in at midnight because that was when I arrived, and that was nice. That was neat. Funny ball, some art location, old buildings, art installations. It's just kind of what you expect. Cool buildings, but we have old buildings in Germany. And generally, the architecture in Ireland, aside from a couple of the different ways of the way they do landscaping with like the loose rock walls and stuff like that. The buildings is stuff that I have mostly seen before. And most of this is going to be restored stuff as well. But overall, I think I like architecture and I took a lot of pictures, but it's not really something that that amazed me the most on this trip because I live in Germany. We have old buildings too. All right, let's keep going. All right, first morning, I believe, it was just a straight stroll through the city. It was a Sunday, I believe. I think the first day that woke up was on Sunday. The Irish have weird opening times. I think like a lot of them. So the way Germany does it is Monday through Friday is open. Saturday, most places are also open, and Sunday is a rest day, so Sunday is never open. Here in Ireland, Sunday is usually like a normal day, so all shops were open. And then Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, a lot of the shops are just closed for some reason. So they got like a 3-day weekend for some reason. It's not all of them. The most essential stuff is still like open throughout the week and stuff. But sometimes there's like a couple of like the smaller businesses. They have all closed on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. I don't know, like 3 days. Maybe that was just very weird coincidence as I checked them out, but that was kind of the energy that was I don't know. strange. But every country has their different rest days, I suppose, unless your country is America, in which you never rest. Yeah, these guys. Not unusual. Not an epic sight. And not unique to Ireland for sure. Seagulls. So many seagulls. Seagulls everywhere. Entire day, every night, to every day, like every time of day, you'll hear them. They're around. They're making noises. They're so loud. I don't hate them, but it makes sleeping really hard. At the Trinity College that I was staying at, they had really, really old windows that weren't really insulating well, especially not the audio. And I did want to open them because I needed fresh air. That would result in probably the loudest city at night that I know of. American cities are incredibly loud due to cars, but holy cow, Dublin is loud. Dublin also has cars, and considering I was staying in the city center, obviously, there was also going to be cars. There's a lot of trucks going along. You hear people yelling because, you know, Dublin has nightlife, a lot of bars, a lot of people drunk. But seagulls, they were louder than everything else. They're just the loudest creature. They're just... they actually do seem to sleep, I think. During the, like, deep night, they're kind of quiet. But, like, starting 4 a.m. or something, when the sun comes up in, at least, the summer, they're making noises. They wake you up. There's nothing you could do about it. Sup, Unc? Hello, Jay. We're doing my island trip. Kind of sharing my anecdotes. And... They're ultimately just goofy birds, and they're all pretty fun because they're kind of so used they're so used to people that they come pretty close. They never really... I haven't had them like steal like a bagel out of my hand or something. Probably the advantage that I don't take like food to go. So they don't really have anything to steal. I should like commit to like carrying around more food. This guy, you can see him on the left, he was dropping some bread. That's why all the seagulls congregated. I obviously know, as a sensible human being, you don't just feed bread to birds because they'll get diseases or something, because it's not really good for them. You should buy like some proper bird feed, like some seeds and stuff. But you know, I'm on vacation. I'm not there to feed birds. You go to that island, why? Because it's a fun island, and I needed a vacation since I wasn't going to Offkai. And Ireland was close enough, and I just wanted to see what was up there. And it turns out I wasn't the only one. Dublin was incredibly full. More seagulls, and even a close-up one. They're silly little creatures. If you live near a coast and you're used to seagulls, they're just the most annoying pieces of shits. If you don't live near a coast, these guys are cute little creatures because you're not used to them. But yeah, they're probably at every coast. I don't know if there's any region in the world that has no birds. Bro, having fun on the island. You come up with one more island related joke, please. Why did I take this picture? This is a decrepit house. Very interestingly, during my first walks throughout the Dublin city, I noticed, of course, the central area is all nice. It's having all the shops, it's having boutique clothing stuff. It has bars and restaurants and cafes, and everything's very nice. And then you just go a little outside, and it all looks like this. Relatively really old brick houses, kind of just haphazardly renovated and repaired, and there's just swaths of them. It's entire Dublin just basically looks like this. It's not an unusual sight, but I thought that it seems like a lot of places in Ireland never really were renovated. This is obviously not a surprising thing. The reason why I find this unusual is because I live in Germany, and most of our cities have been completely bombed, which means despite the fact we have a lot of old buildings, most of the central cities and everything is all modern stuff. It's all modern brick and like cement buildings and stuff like that. Not like these old-fashioned buildings that have existed for like more than 100 years, you know? But nobody ever bombed Ireland because I guess there was never really a point. Maybe it's kind of out of the way. I'm assuming nobody bombed them. So all the old buildings are still up. I'm having some nice juice that I bought earlier. We didn't get to use our bomb on you. Yeah, I'm sorry about that. I know my city was... Our city was mostly destroyed. Only like a very small district with a couple of houses survived. Everything else was just bombed to the ground. So all our buildings are new. I don't want to say that this kind of display made me think like if Ireland's kind of homeless. I was trying not to laugh, but it seems like I don't know what the economic situation is in Ireland. It seems okay, but there is a couple hints in there that make me think that things aren't going super well. But that's about every government of the world ever. Or every country, I suppose. But let's see what else we got, because this is too depressing of a topic for a vacation. But this is stuff that I'm interested in. I'm interested to hear about what the people are like, living like in these countries. But you can see some new like concrete buildings, some commie blocks basically, some really old buildings that are sort of haphazardly renovated a little bit, but it's all like you got like loose cables here from like the electric line snapping, no sign of it being repaired, so maybe it's just like that, or maybe I just found it, I don't know, but it seems like a lot of stuff is pretty old. That's a horse. Lots of carriages. I never really know whether or not these horses are actually doing well. I don't know if they if they're treating these well, or if they enjoy being carriages. I'm assuming not. They would rather be frolicking in the pastures, but who knows? Did you just go to the poor place? No. This, I can tell you exactly where this is if I can find it. Let's see if we can pull up a map of Dublin. Can I... Dude, I hate the fact that that Google Maps doesn't want to open on my browser, really. All right, let's... There we go. All right, Dublin. I stayed here. This central area is the Trinity College Dublin. It's just the big area where there's you know, where there's like that's like a tourist attraction and stuff. And like around here, this is like this area. I think this always indicates like some pedestrian zones, a lot of shops around. You know, if you click on restaurants, you will see There's just a lot of places. This is kind of the temple road. There's like a lot of bars here. Maybe I should go like bar or something. Maybe they'll show the bars. Yep, there's a couple of them over here. And this is kind of like a shopping street. So this is kind of the central area, right? This is as central as it gets for Dublin. And this area, this here, is like this. It's like this part right here. Like it's right next to, it's like the city center, basically past the city center. Let's see if I can kind of like get closer into this a little bit. I want to see if I can find the exact place where it was. This must have been like, this is the Guinness storehouse. That's where I was kind of heading. And if we're looking for this, it's probably somewhere here. But if we like put a blob down, oh, I think this is already it. I think I found it. Not really, but you can see that this is kind of the location that we're dealing with. I think I actually just had, if I head back, you can see there's like a homeless encampment here already. There's just kind of like people lounging around, and this is like, you can tell this is more of a kind of dilapidated place. Yeah, this is like, this is wait, if we go here, this is basically the previous picture. No, this one. So this is kind of, you know, it's kind of whatever. And no, I've not watched Midsummer. Why would I watch that? Where would they even play it? but yeah, this is kind of, it's sort of like a post-industrial era place where they like, can I exit this? Where it's just kind of, it feels like abandoned almost, but who knows what the actual story behind this is. I think one of the locals told me that most of the stuff has moved north now across the river, so it's basically like a lot of the central city is here, and then you have like the northern area, which is a little bit more nicer. But I haven't been up here because I don't even know what this is. This is like it's a university. Okay, so it's just a university, and then there's a couple of parks here. I haven't been up to all of this, but my first stop, I should say, was the Guinness storehouse. That's sort of a lame tourist attraction, but might as well. It's sort of a, this is sort of inside. It's literally just a this is funny to me because I'm a child, but look, see the magic of yeast. Yeah, it's just like a sort of a exhibition. They show you how Guinness is made, which, I mean, it's just yeast, water, just time. It's like, you know how that goes. They just do the thing. They just put the yeast in the bag. They put the water in it. They wait until the yeast kind of munches up all the nutrients, and then it just becomes beer, I guess. A couple of cool old places there. This is now here comes the best part of this storehouse, because I didn't actually think this was gonna happen. That's actually pretty cool. So you go up this kind of like tower or whatever. It's like an old facility where you where you just kind of like, you know, learn how Guinness is made, and then up top there's a couple of restaurants where you can drink Guinness and like maybe eat even a little bit. And I did eat a little bit. I had a great time. It's like, as much as it is just kind of a lame tourist attraction, I think it was all very boring. Like it's basically one big Guinness ad campaign. But whatever. If you never have watched a video on how beer is made, this is actually kind of informative. For me, it was pretty boring. I think Conan O'Brien went there. Conan has been around. He's been in places. He has been in Düsseldorf, which is insane because that's literally a city where there's nothing. Like he has been in German cities that I wouldn't even go for money. It's quite not even for a joke. It's just so boring. There's just nothing there. I don't know why you would go there. Don't waste your time. But I was there this year for an anime convention, which presumably he wasn't there for that. But who knows? But there was one thing that was really cool, and that was my first experience where I realized I actually like Irish music way more than I thought I would. Can you boot up the Conan Guinness video? If I can find it, sure, we can do some. Yeah, Conan O'Brien Guinness. I'm guessing it's this one.
I'm here at the Guinness factory in Dublin. Everybody thinks I'm here to shoot a funny remote segment, but actually, I'm just here for free Guinness. This was my...
Not free, by the way. Entry is $15, and then you get a free beer.
idea. I don't care if we don't get 5 minutes of some Guinness, maybe?
Of course, but
No. This ingredient section.
Okay, this is an actual brewery.
I'm gonna get...
I see. Okay. Well, okay. Realistically, no. This might actually be the one. Where is he? Where is he? James Gate Brewery. James Gate Brewery. James Gate Brewery. Gate Brewery. Honestly, it might just be it. It's the same thing. I'm pretty sure they just renamed it. This is like the video he's doing. That's probably like a prototype.
Right away. Was man taunting me with an...
No, that's the one. Okay, no. this is the one. Yeah, okay. This is like sort of a this is like a top like rotate like not rotating, but it's like a top round thing where you can see everything. I think I even did pictures there. This is the one. This is the storehouse. It looks really boring on his thing, but it's basically it is basically it's the same place. It's
the only one in existence.
It's good that he says, like, that he already insinuates that this is a very boring place, because it is. It is incredibly boring. It's such a boring place. It's not even funny. Like, I hate that that place exists. But I got to drink Guinness, and I got to eat some food, and I also got to hear the live music. So they actually, since he has been there, this whole place has been screwed up with live music and all kinds of other stuff, which makes it a little bit interesting. Live music part was actually my favorite thing. I hope that this comes out on audio and it's not too bad. I obviously recorded with a with my phone microphone, and those are really, really bad. But the conditions weren't too bad. The only problem is if the music has gotten too loud, the mic might peak a lot. But we'll see how that goes. Just a random band. Just a couple of dudes having fun, and girls. I mean, that's just amazing. I love that shit. I love this. I could listen to this all day. It's actually amazing. We got some more stuff. A couple of strange. I'm not sure which one I recorded, but they had a wide variety of stuff, and I took a couple of videos for this. The chord progressions of these songs are so good. The melodies, they're like all kind of like, they sound distinctly Irish. I'm not even sure if this is true Irish music. That might just be a group that plays music that seems like it's Irish, because that's usually how it goes with tourist places. But if that's a real band and they play like the classics, that's actually pretty cool. This one's pretty cool. He plays like a... It's not an accordion. But it's like a weird thing. He doesn't even blow into it, which is what you would assume. But that guy's also very young. So kind of cool that like old traditional Irish stuff is being played by new people, artists always doing stuff. Oh, there's more? Okay. Band's also playing. He's performing on the thingamajig. Very nice. Oh, I love this. Such a piece for the eyes, the ears, I mean. It's a little loud. I'll turn it down a little bit. Obviously didn't record the entire songs. I should have probably, because I was really into it, but I also wanted to experience them. A little more modern. Oh yeah, they got a breakdancer here. Interesting. He's doing the cracked out uncle. I don't know why they have a breakdancer, but it's actually really cool. He's popping off. Tap dancing is really good. Huge fan. Damn, he hitting that shit. Very cool stuff. Honestly. And then some more traditional stuff. I think that's... some Gaelic. Perfect stuff. Oh, and the harp. We got a harp here as well. Yeah, I remember that. Ooh. Yes. Oh. And then the rest of the band joins in. Very cool stuff. Very great performance there. I loved that entire performance. And it was like coincidental. I went there without a plan, just bought a ticket before I went in, didn't even make an appointment or anything. I just got in and they played that shit and I sat down and my ass sat down. Like that was a good experience. I had a lot of fun during that performance, and that made me realize, wait, I actually really like Irish music. And I knew that always, but I don't just type Irish music into YouTube, but maybe now I will. And that won't be of much help, because if I type Irish music into Google or into YouTube, what I will get is 17,000 results of AI generated garbage that says Irish music to unleash your inner Viking and to relax to. And let's not talk about AI. I'm gonna crash out. Stupid bullshit. Hope it dies. Now this picture, I don't know, it's just an anime girl, I guess. I don't know if that's AI generated, but who knows? I hope not. But yeah, it kind of gives you like a sort of like a round thing, and that's the one picture of the pint. Not really that important. There's gonna be a couple food pictures in here. I've not made super. I have not made. I need to calm down a little bit. I've not made super interesting choices, I would say. But to be fair, every Irish place is only serving fish and steak. Not every Irish place, but that's the large majority of stuff, which I don't hate. I really like that. So what they usually serve is the steak sandwich is a classic. That's the one I've gotten here. Seafood chowder, fish and chips, the sirloin steak, Irish stew, and then a couple of other things on top of that. This one was there was a steak sandwich. It had pulled pork. It had a sirloin steak in it, and those are like deep fried onions. Not a huge fan of the onions. A little too much, but they always have the onions in it. There's usually mushrooms in it as well. They don't have it here, and then just a pepper sauce. And I think you're supposed to pour the pepper sauce over this entire sandwich, and that is kind of cool for the very first bite, and then everything falls out. I'm personally a hater of inconvenient foods, which is why I ate most of this just with a fork, which means as I picked out the pieces of meat and ate them with a fork, and then just munched on the bread as I was making my way through the sandwich, which is way more ergonomically compatible than just trying to eat it like a normal sandwich. None of fries, which is fries, pretty good stuff. Pepper sauce, great. Guinness, I actually don't like it. I feel like it has something to do with the barley. I'm not a huge barley guy. When I was in Japan, I was drinking barley tea, most out of necessity, but I didn't like that either. But it was one of the few things that actually comes unsweetened, which made it sort of palatable to compare to all the stuff they serve sweet. All the drinks in Japan that have sugar in them have so much sugar in them that it's basically undrinkable for me. It's sort of on the same level as with like I don't know, like a Mountain Dew? Mountain Dew comes pretty close. Mountain Dew is kind of disgustingly sweet. Like Pocari Sweat, for example, kind of has that same intense sweetness and nothing else, to the point where it isn't even refreshing anymore. Now, Guinness obviously is not sweet. Guinness has a sort of like deep roasted bitter flavor. I don't hate it. I drank the pint, but I don't think it's something that I look forward to drinking. It's just like, if they got a Guinness, if it's in front of me, I'll drink it, but I'll drink it slowly. It's okay though. There might be a kind of like Guinness like. There are a lot of other variants, obviously, because that's just the same as it goes here as well in Germany, where we have a lot of local beers. They also have a lot of local Guinnesses. But people actually love it there. They drink the pints. They do enjoy the vibes. So who am I to argue with them? But again, dinner was really good. Kind of expensive because I ate at a tourist location, but that's just what it is. This is the view from up top, from the place that Colin also was staying at. Just the top of Dublin. You can see a lot of construction going on. City kind of sprawling out, and you can really see the hills starting, which is kind of cool. Is not a look that I would be able to see no matter in which direction I look in my city, because I live in the flattest state of Germany, I believe. It's just all flatland. But yeah, it looks sort of normal, right? Just a normal big capital city. There's the water out there. and the harbors. There's a lot of industry. Some are old buildings, some new buildings. It's all just in between. It's honestly quite unremarkable. I don't even know why Dublin is such a popular tourist destination, because there were a lot of tourists. There were a lot of tourists. There were so many tourists, and I don't even know why. They were all like huddled up in groups, a lot of group tourism. I don't know why you would ever do like a tour. I'm not a huge fan of that. I don't want to like tag along with some old guy that like recites some stuff that they put together on Wikipedia or whatever. It's just not the vibe, honestly. I'd rather chat with the locals and stuff like that, which I didn't do a lot of, but I did talk to at least one local. I actually talked to a couple more, but that one was kind of a chance encounter, which was kind of nice. But yeah, overall, I'd say Dublin is fun to walk around in, but not for extended periods of times. As you can see, they have some huge old buildings, a lot of old churches. There's so many of these like almost industry plant buildings. It's just the token old building of that district, and then everything around is just modern stuff. Very funny. And this is like the case everywhere in Ireland, where there's just a couple old, like one old building, then everything around is modern again, and then a couple kilometers further there's another old building. Really strange how that works. Right, on my way back of the second day, I believe, just kind of a family place of sort of like for the kids, a little bit of a street festival or something like that. Kind of cute. I did like it. Summer in Dublin, whatever that means. That was for me, thinking I wanted to go for some tonkatsu and chicken katsu curry. I really wanted to try that. I didn't get to try it, but that's okay. The Dublin River, not sure what it was called. Google Maps will probably tell me. That's the Liffey. The Liffey. Again, it's a capital city, so kind of disgusting water, as it should be. But it's nice to walk along, and the air is pretty good because it's at the coast, so not the worst thing. Very car-centric, though. Although more bus-centric. There's more buses than cars, I think, in this. Traffic's kind of okay. Still pretty bad for the most part. If you go along the river, that's where the traffic kind of is really annoying. It's actually sort of a main artery of the place, like along the rivers. For good reason, but yeah, that's just kind of how it goes. This is a little bit of a nicer area, just kind of like shopping streets, just places to go. As every capital of any country, their sort of immediate central location has to be a little nicer to accommodate like the richer tourists and stuff like that, and just have a good outward facing image, right? It's kind of how it goes. Public transport here as well. Very rare though. I think it's very underutilized, public transport in general in Dublin. There is a lot of it, but it's all buses. Not a lot of trains, but I'll get to that later. Tram was here though. I'm not sure if it's super reliable. There's also, I think it's like literally the only line that goes through Dublin. Let me check actually. If we go back here, it's this line in the middle here. And then there's one that goes up here, which is just trains. That's all trains, I believe. Yeah, I think this is like the only tram. Let's see. The red line. Can I... Okay, it doesn't show me like the entire thing. Okay, I would like to see the entire thing. I guess not. But yeah, there's probably like 2 or 3 tram lines, but nothing big. It's mostly all buses. It's all buses. We have the Filipino bakery. Kind of a cool place. I wanted to eat here, but I didn't find the time because there's only so much I can eat. I actually did gain weight. I usually don't gain weight on vacations, but this time I actually ate way more than I intended to, because there was a lot of interesting places at least to try out. Yeah, this was, again, capital city. Every country is gonna have something in here, but the Filipino bakery was kind of interesting. A piece of cake. Very small, tiny cake shop that I found got me a piece of chocolate cake, and enjoying it with my Yoshi, of course. It's a chocolate cake. Nothing more I can say to that, but obviously you have to take a money shot. Very important. All right, this is Temple Bar. Temple Bar Road, I think. Temple Street, and then Temple Bar is the bar at Temple Street. This is kind of the area that is around here. It's like sort of one road where there's just a lot of pubs. I can just kind of street view it, I guess. Okay, this is kind of under construction, but it kind of starts here. There's a bar, there's a bar, and then you just go through the middle. Just a couple of stores, and then it just goes further. There's just sweet shop, fishing tackle. All right, and then there's just all establishments here, everywhere, and then you go a little bit further, and you have like the Temple Bar on the corner. It looks nice during the day, and then at night it kind of comes alive. This is like the Temple Bar. Very cool stuff. And that's like kind of the place to be if you want to get fucked up on a Sunday, I guess. You think women love traveling so they can flex on their poorer friends that can't afford to? First of all, let's say you think people love traveling so they can flex on their poor friends that can't afford to, because I feel like I don't know if I couldn't see men doing the same thing. Now, I don't know anyone who does this. Flexing with wealth is something that is ubiquitous. We like to show off our money, our superiority, our power. Apparently women find guys that travel a lot to be more attractive. It's like a wealthy hobby. I can see that in a sort of archaic way. When you are someone who looks for a partner or a relationship, you'd look for things that you'd like to have to benefit from. Good looking, nice cock, and a lot of money, of course. It's like the three things in life that you need really as a man to be attractive. But I think this idea maybe I'd like to wish that it gets a little bit more outdated with the rise of the internet, where people mostly get to know each other through the internet. So maybe the old status symbols don't really exist anymore. But that's also entirely false, because I'm just outside of that sphere of people that look for these materialistic values, and also the people that look for relationships in general, because I haven't been looking for a relationship in ever. I don't go on Tinder. I don't look for partners. I don't look for potential partners. If I was looking for a person that I'd spend my time with, it literally only had to be a person that fulfills a minimum amount of self-sufficiency and independence, which means that they don't become a case for me to take care of. I always say I want a peer. I don't want a pet, because that sounds a little bit how do I say it? kind of missing the word there. Something with D at the front. I want to say demeaning, but that's not the right word. Look no further, bro. I'm right here. So what I look for, if I was looking for someone, it's just someone I kind of get along with, and not even just kind of get along. If I were to consider a more a deeper bond, I suppose. Even though that's not something that you just consider and then you unlock it in in a menu. It's just something that evolves over time, and I don't even think you have to put any significant effort into it. More than just the effort that you put into cultivating yourself to become a more desirable person, which should be happening through just living your life to the fullest, I guess. But the self-sufficiency part is kind of important because I'd like a person that I can trust can be on their own. That means that whether or not I decide to keep being with them or maybe just move on for various reasons, because people live apart sometimes, I don't want to feel like I'm being forced to stay with them. I have 100k in the 401k. That's not even the biggest thing. I don't care about your savings or whatever. It's good that you're saving up. That's pretty good. But the point is that I don't want someone that is dependent on me. This is retirement, bro. Yes, I know what the 401k is, but at least somewhat. I know the concept of it. It's basically the retirement fund. I know you're getting up there, but let's not think about that just yet. What I would like to say is this is more of an emotional thing, I think. And a little bit of like materialistic stuff. I'd like to have them a job and be able to sustain themselves and don't have a freeloader. Under certain circumstances, I wouldn't mind it. If they lost a job or something, I would obviously help them in any way, shape or form. But I would like them to have the fortitude to be able to stand on their own 2 feet. That's all. Just try to like, if they... And here's the difference. That sounds unnecessarily cruel, but I would help people that need help on a friend level, but I would not like to have a person like that as a partner, if that makes sense. If they manage to get out of their situation, a friend can definitely become a partner. But I think for me to get emotionally and romantically interested in someone, I need to have the insurance that they will be able to handle a rejection or handle a development of some sorts in that regard. But this isn't really about relationships. It's just bro does not want an inting lane duo. It's actually that's exactly what this is surprisingly accurate. So in League terms, I would love to have an inting lane duo in a normal game, but I would not want to go ranked with them because if they're inting, to me, obviously, it's just playing bad is one thing. If I duel with them and they die a lot because they're just worse, in our collective elo, whatever that may be, they do not perform, then it means there's no point in playing together. And if they do it on purpose, then there's just a difference in intentions. In normal games, though, or as a friend, basically, they can do whatever the hell they want. I'm not the boss of them. They can do whatever the hell they want, and I even support it. I'll int with them. Let's have some fun. But yeah, if it comes to ranked, I'm not a serious ranked player anymore. I wished I never was, so I don't mind that in particular. So the example in that case is a little bad, but like the framework is perfect for this. Bro said I'd fuck the inter, I won't date them. What is friends with benefits in League terms? Playing Aram Mayhem with them or something? I don't know. Let's not think about that. Let's think about the bars, the temple bar. There's an annoying fly here that has been pestering me. It has not left the vicinity. Maybe we'll have to slap it down at some point. Ara Mayhem and Chill. This is Temple Bar. Very cool area to explore during the night. Also a lot of drunk people out. So obviously this is still a very touristy area, but it's also probably where a lot of the locals just hang out. I'll talk a little bit about bars later down the line. I'd still... I'm expanding the soundtrack a little bit because I didn't pick enough tracks out. But I've been to a couple bars. I got a couple of drinks and stuff. I think a good point... I know which is a good point to like start talking about it. But I've been to at least one or two of these bars, just sat down, got a drink and stuff, and then just moved on. There's often live music playing, which is kind of nice, but I find it in bars just to be a little bit too loud to enjoy the music. So I just don't want to ruin my ears. So just for the music. So I tend to just peruse a little bit, maybe window shop a couple of drinks, and then see what's going on, and then just move on. I did go to a bar, kind of an upstairs thing. This is an Irish stew, but this is actually more of a stew that is more soupy. Some Guinness bread. Tastes about as bad as the other one. This is an iced tea, I believe. Very dry bread, not really a fan of it. The stew was okay. Has surprisingly a lot of vegetables in them, and I have to say, I'm not a soup guy. I actually really dislike soup because it has so many vegetables in them, and I'm a little bit on a warpath with vegetables still, but I have eaten this entire thing and finished most of the vegetables. So do I have the aftermath of this? We do not. Thank God. But yeah, good stuff. Just meat in water boiled up. You know what a soup is. I don't have to explain this to you. But there's a better variant of this later on. And actually the better variant was what I expected to get here. Didn't, but this is still fine. This was actually where in the background there was like... I think the half finals of the World Championship. I really don't care for that, but something was playing in the background. I really was not paying attention. Again, nice bar. Horses are around. There is people on the right promoting the strip clubs or whatever. It's just a vibrant nightlife. And honestly, this beats any European capital's nightlife, because what you have in Germany is just a bunch of clubs where people get fucked up on cocaine and take like ecstasy or something, dance to some really bad music, drink, and then pass out on front and start a fight with like Polish guys or whatever. This, at least, the music's better. You get better drinks. I assume, well, it's just beer, really. It's not better drinks, it's just the same stuff, I'm assuming. And sometimes you can even get food, although that late the bars don't really serve food anymore. At least, I mean, the other bar did, so that wasn't too bad. It's a bar and a restaurant. New day, a little bit overcast, as is obviously the theme for Ireland. An indoor kind of shopping area, very quaint, sort of like in the inside of like buildings. Very nice, very, very interesting labyrinth. Almost looks like a video game area. I was looking for a bakery, but didn't find any, but I got this cool picture. Some clothing, the Aaron sweater shop. Apparently the Aaron sheep or whatever, they are kind of notorious, or this, I think this is like this is just a brand. And they sell expensive sweaters, and I actually bought one, but not here. It's just a little bit later. A cup of water. All right, very interesting. Tea with milk. They always bring milk. I don't know why. Milk tea is really weird. And this is the full meal. A proper breakfast. My first French toast of the trip. I sort of made it a habit of getting French toast. I don't know why, but I really like French toast. And I'm actually gonna make it tomorrow as well. I even have a stream planned for this, a stream call-up even. I'm gonna be switching up my schedule a little bit to accommodate for the call-up that I myself forgot, but this is just a box standard French toast, what you would expect, nothing special. Some Guinness bread again, very dry, very deep, rich flavors, kind of nice, not really my thing, but the jam and butter is actually kind of okay. It was kind of uncomfortable outside, and this place was like overbooked as hell, but overall I still think this is quite the nice experience. French toast always nice. Oh, that's my feet. That's not for you to see. That would also facilitate the first walkies that I've done on this day. This is just after the walkies, but we'll just finish up with the Dublin picks before moving on to the first video. The first one isn't super interesting, but we'll just have to see. A seagull on top of a waterfall, very aesthetic. Oh, and this was just a barbecue place, I think. I got some ribs, Irish sirloin, slow roasted ribs, barbecue, really good mac and cheese, some really cool lemon lime drink. So this place was actually really cool. They gave this place shit ratings, but I still tried it out. There was nobody there, but they actually just had good food. This is American style, so it's kind of lame, but they still use the Irish beef, so I guess it's still Irish. It's just meat. The Irish love meat, the Americans love meat, but really good mac and cheese. Really, really good. Not just an afterthought, actually, like nice and crunchy on top with the crumbles and everything, and silky smooth inside. Rare that you get like actually a good mac and cheese. Now this is the Book of Kelts. Book of Kelts, kind of like the Bible, I believe. Monks came to Ireland fleeing from the Vikings or whatever, and they came to Ireland, and with them they brought the Bible, and that eventually became the Book of Kelts. They made a giant ass library where they had all the Irish books or whatever. This is like sort of the old library that existed ever since. This is even some of the old books. But most of them have been moved to preserve them because, you know, for scholarly reasons, and the book kind of expire if you just leave them out to dry. So just a tourist attraction. Very boring stuff. Don't know why I paid $20 for that, but that was kind of an uninteresting experience. I actually only wanted to visit this place because this was on the campus, and I was thinking about taking pictures in a specific outfit that I had. I have like a Lolita style dress, and I feel like that would get really good in like some kind of library backdrop, but it turns out this stuff is not accessible at all. It's just kind of an exhibition, and I didn't bring the outfit anyways because it wasn't quite fitting, so would have been kind of too much anyways. But yeah, that was kind of just another, like, if you like history or whatever, you can kind of get into that. I learned a little bit about how Ireland got books, I guess. Something like that, but not super interesting. And that is the last picture, I guess. Yep, this was my first ride. Out of Dublin to Cork, another city with a little bit of history and a bunch of stuff. That was the first 3 days. Damn, we didn't really get that far, huh? That's okay. There's not gonna be that much later on. Or there's gonna be less pictures, especially in Cork, because there was nothing much going on there. But yeah, Dublin overall felt like, honestly, you can tell that everyone who lives in Dublin calls it a shithole. It smells like piss everywhere. It's like every capital city is like on a scale between weed and piss smell. And I would rate New York, for example, just to give you a frame of reference. It's like a 6 or a 7 on the weed scale, and only like a 3 or 4 on the piss. There's not much piss. Dublin is like at least an 8 on the piss. It's like, it smells like piss everywhere. But weed, not so much. It's maybe like a 2. You smell it sometimes, but it's not really that. Maybe they don't grow it up there. Maybe that's the problem. Maybe we don't have the wheat growing facilities there. Or the cows would all eat it. The cows and the sheep would just eat all the wheat. But yeah. Overall, it was nice to just walk around in and explore the places. And I've definitely not seen all of it. but also didn't feel like I needed to stay longer than that. I still should have probably stayed like an extra day here and just a little less at the next location, but you can never know. All right, that's the first one. I should have not exited out, but that's okay. And then we have a walkies. Now, how do we do this? How do we do this? I think it's best we switch scenes now. Or should we? Yeah, I think we should. We'll switch back to the chatting scene after this, because I'll just continue with the I just continue. Yeah, I have the other scene in the back already. Okay, fair enough. All right, let's see. Remove this and put this on front. And then we do this. Can we just... Are you winning, Kaiser? Am I? I guess we'll see in a bit. Is that transform? Then go below here. Tia, what are you doing? Why are you breakdancing? I know why you're breakdancing, but we can't have that right now. What was the pose? Idle 62 or something? Idle... Damn, I forgot. Idle 46? Oh, we need a loop. That's the one. Okay. Hello, Alto. We're currently doing our Dublin walkies, so to speak. Why would you have 62 variations of idling? It's just like an animation pack, so it's nothing really special. It's just that came with Barudo, and they have some cool poses. So, all right. So this is organic walkies, organically farmed walkies, stuff that I've recorded myself. This first one is in... You came to the right time, because I was just mostly reminiscing about the trip, the stay in Dublin, first 3 days. Just talking about what I was like looking at and stuff like that, and now we're actually now just taking a little bit of a walk through Dublin. This is really the central area, and we're just going out into the wild a little bit. The route that I picked wasn't really that great, but I'll explain when we get there. Doing good. Reconfiguring my Linux backup, so it also backs up my Windows install. Are you doing it over a VM, or is this like literally just a dual like boot system or something? Dublin looks comfy. It doesn't smell comfy, but you would love it if you like going to bars. It's the cliche. You can see how many people there are, and oftentimes it's literally just groups of, like, I think those were students or something, but there's so many groups of just tourists. It's like actually so full. There's so much foot traffic. It's actually insane. I mean, it is kind of the peak of vacation season, so that just kind of makes sense. I dual boot. I only use Windows to stream. Makes sense. Okay. But yeah, overall, I think the cool part about Dublin and Ireland is kind of the weather, actually. The weather was really good on this day, so I decided to record the walkies. This is like the peak of summer, right? This is like end of July, so it is definitely peak summer. The sun is shining, but I don't sweat because it is exactly 21 degrees, or like, let's say 24 degrees, which is a little bit above normal, and the wind's blowing. It's like the wind's really going. It's not that much here because it's in the middle of the city, but we'll see a lot of the recordings probably a lot of the recordings audio has been butchered because there's just so much wind. The phone microphones can't handle it. I don't know about smells, but it looks clean. Yeah, this is kind of the central area. You would expect it to be clean. That's like the only place that has to be clean. Further out, you can kind of see it. It gets a little bit. It takes a little bit of a hit, but I'd say it's overall clean enough. Like there's not a lot of garbage around. It's just that a lot of places are just old. So it's definitely not the dirtiest city I've ever been to. San Jose was definitely much worse. But yeah, I had just one goal. I wanted to go out to the water, so I set up on a trip that's like about, what did we go? An hour and 10 into one direction, see a little bit of how the environment like shifts towards the sea, and then look at the sea. Yeah, haha, all countries keep their central areas clean. Look, I get it. I get it. It's not, it's, I mean, even, I wouldn't even describe New York as overly clean. It is clean, more than I expected, but you can see like the years of grime that is just, no matter how much you scrub, it won't come off. That's like, that's the problem with New York. You can see the coat of filth that is just on top of that. But Mamdani is gonna fix it. I trust in him. I'm not political. I'm not even a New Yorker. I couldn't care less. But Mamdani is hype. Like I'm buying the whatever pill you bite if you believe in him. Maybe you just believe that maybe a politician doesn't have to be comically evil. I think he's the first guy that figured out you can just be a normal guy and try to like make things better for people. Like doing your actual job, and that's like a revolutionary concept these days. So I don't know, but maybe it's just all smoke and mirrors, and he'll soon be found like on the island. See, I can do it too. Trying to weave through the masses. They don't give a fuck. Just a bunch of children not letting the YouTuber go through. But that's just fine. I fucking hate Montevideo. Yeah, I mean, everyone hates their own place. Like, it's normal. Unless, I mean, maybe you don't live directly in the city. But, of course, I hate Berlin too. It's a shithole. But for a good reason. Like, it's not a shithole for a good reason, but I hate it for a good reason. Because it's a shithole. It's actually terrible. But it's still fine visiting it. I do live in Montevideo. Okay, I can see that. Yeah. I mean, of course, like, everyone that lives in Dublin is gonna... That's what I kind of said earlier. Everyone who lives in Dublin will say it's a shithole, and it sucks living there. And that kind of gives you the energy. But, you know, as a tourism, look at all these homeless people. Look at all the fucked up places. Isn't that cool? Yeah. Look at the homeless. Why are you trying to laugh? You should go to India next. Realistically, I should. But realistically, I will also never go there. I've been a little bit on that, a little bit going on that phase in my life where I feel like I have to experience the world as it is, the good and the bad, but maybe India isn't even that bad. Maybe it's even worse. I'm sure you can find areas in Delhi that are fine, but I don't know. I actually don't know much about India. It's just like there's also always this very obviously non-nuanced bias, like reporting on India, which makes it impossible to actually ascertain what it's like. But I'm pretty sure that most Indians also believe their country is a shithole at the place they live. And they might even have more of a reason than anyone else in the world to say that, because it's just been not so horribly managed, and all the people are terrible, I guess. We got one guy freaking out a little bit. That's why I put the camera away, but that's what it is. Over here, they do keep the Eastern Point, the other major city, clean, but that place literally has nothing but tourist activities. Yeah. Apparently, if you drink non-bottled water in India, you just shit blood for 2 weeks. Yeah. Yeah. I can see that. I'm actually, in other countries, I'm always wary of drinking tap water, even if it seems clean. Because I feel like I have the blessing or the curse that I live in the countries with live in the country that has some of the most regulated tap water, which means it tastes like nothing. It has just a very clean, fresh taste. Like, not even fresh, it's just water. It's just straight up water. And which means in turn, I can taste whenever there is a difference in the water. If there's like anything in there, I'll immediately taste it because it's not usual. And there's one thing that I've always found, that American water always has this weird aftertaste, and I don't know what it's coming from. It tastes like pool water, basically. And a friend of me once said, or like suggested, that I might be tasting the fluoride, because that's something you put in the water, which we don't do because there's no point. But you guys put the fluoride in the water that turn the teeth white or something. Is it actually proven that fluoride in the water does anything, or is it just like placebo or whatever? I've never looked that up. I don't even know if fluoride tastes like anything, but it does. It definitely, like, all the American tap water tastes off to me, so I don't drink it there. Yeah, and even here in Ireland, the water has been fine. Fluoride doesn't taste like pool water. It's trace amount of bleach. Let it air for a few hours. I feel, for me, it felt like chloride. It smells and tastes like chloride. That is the kind of pool scent, which obviously in pool water there is chloride. It's for cleaning. It's like for keeping the water relatively safe, even if you piss into it, which you should be doing. Piss in the pools. I don't know, because I actually see. I don't believe in bashing America for no reason. There's enough reasons to shit on America for, but I don't need to do it if for like trivial stuff. It's not like that everything is bad in America, just most things. And I checked actually at some places that I was staying. I checked the tap water like contents, because a lot of countries or a lot of places, they have to or just do like tests of their tap water and like what's in them, and it turns out they didn't have higher value or like a higher value of chloride in them than our water had comparatively. So it was just like a couple of micrograms or whatever, how much, or milligrams. I don't know if it's milligrams or micrograms. So there was not more water in the tap water. So what was it that was in there? It must have been something that isn't documented, or it is something of the other chemicals that maybe taste similar to chloride, but I don't know. Maybe I'm also just tripping, but I didn't like it. And there is places in America where you're not supposed to drink the tap water. Before I actually make the research of whether or not the tap water is okay to drink, I'd prefer to just buy bottled water. I like fizzy water more anyway, so it's kind of an easy choice for me. You're partially gay, Frog, now? That's the least of my issues, honestly, as long as I don't get like a stomach virus, because if there's one thing I never want to have is like a sickness ruining my vacation. I had a friend who was in Japan with a couple of friends, and he got sick and had to like stay at home while his friends were having fun, which is like horrible. So yeah, I'll try not to get sick. Just getting a little bit of, bottled water, it is what it is. Not the hugest expense, so I don't mind it. But yeah, tap water in Ireland, whatever. It tasted kind of weird in some places. In other places, it was okay. I'm just very sensitive to water taste, I believe. So, it's a little bit of a me problem, a little bit of a fairy when it comes to that. But it's gonna be fine. Better safe than sorry, I suppose. I did not drink a lot during my Ireland trip. That was kind of my problem. I should have probably brought more to drink, because at some times I felt a little bit dehydrated and I didn't want to drink the tap water. Probably my fault, but you know, that's just what it is. I didn't collapse at any point, so I was still doing okay. But yeah, this walk overall, this is just kind of a no-name park. Nothing too peculiar about this. Got some seagulls here as well. They're just kind of waiting for food. Ireland has a lot of parks, of course. The city parks are just always gonna be the same thing everywhere. Couple historic figures, couple of monuments and stuff like that. Nothing too interesting. On that note, I don't get the suburb hate. My dream life. It's very soulless. I have a friend who lives in a suburb, but a suburb that's like not even on the edge of the city. It's pretty far out, and it feels barren. It feels barren, and it feels like you teleported to like the suburbs feel like the back rooms, basically. Of course, there's suburbs that are more active, where there's like a lot of people around, and you have like children playing outside, and there's trees providing shade and stuff like that. And there's probably suburbs that are super fun. But if you go to like the very, very clinical definition of a suburb, like an entire district that is only made with like these one family homes, and you have to drive to get to anywhere, it's depressing. A little bit depressing. Not my vibe. But you know, it's like, I hate the city due to how active it is. I'm okay. I'm glad that I live in the city, but in an area that's actually really quiet. So I actually got super lucky with my general placement. It's 10 minutes into the city, and the night's just dead silent here. There's just nothing that like wakes me up at night, which is really nice. And I did notice that obviously if you live in the city, the noise pollution is pretty big. But even here in Germany, in my city, if you are in the city past like 10 p.m., it's dead silent. It's just, there's nothing going on. And in Dublin at least, and in a lot of parts even in like America and stuff, and even Japan, of course. Japan is like noise polluted to hell and back. It's so loud at any given time. There's just a general like noise that is just very unpleasant. But yeah, it's just something you get used to. I can still sleep fine. It's not usually a problem, but it's just something I notice. But yeah, everyone has their preferred way of living. Honestly, since in Ireland, I learned a lot about the country lifestyle. Not learned, but I was out in like very small places, with just a couple of houses every now and then there's just a bus that leads there. And I've really enjoyed that a lot. Because it gives you like a feel that it's like slows down a lot, and there's just a couple of people, and they're going to the local pub. But that's for later day. Okay, so I'm gonna be going through this a little more, because I think we're almost 2 hours in, and I'm still at the first destination. We have like 4 more to go through, and some of the best stuff has happened towards the end, so I don't want to cut that short. This is basically just a walk through like a little bit of the city area. It gets a little bit smaller here, just a couple of more houses. You can see the The sky is visible again because we're getting closer to the water. And you can kind of see this is a strange area. It sort of becomes almost like this part looks almost like a place in Spain or something. It's just you can kind of see this like small houses at the side of the road, very old fashioned. What a strange area. I think most this is just family house. Not family houses like vacation homes or something. No, I don't think that's true either. But such a weird disconnect from the. This is still Dublin. This is like the center of Dublin. At the end there's like the Dublin Harbor. It's like a stadium or whatever. But it's such a different vibe. I don't know. And then you go over here. This is sort of the tail end. And then we move on. This is already the edge of the city. This is kind of a little park area, and this is the water, right? This is kind of interesting. I kind of had to laugh there. I'm not sure if the mic picked it up. You can already hear the wind picking up, and this is just basically the coastal area of Dublin. Just a giant ass beach that you can walk towards if you wanted to. And then what I didn't think that like the cool thing is you can kind of see that place at the back. That's where I want to go, like the very edge, like the very end point of that area, because there's like a lighthouse at the end or something. You can't really see it from here because it's beyond this, but this looks like in the pictures this looked like a nice little place to like kind of walk and just hang out. And then I see this. It's literally just like a factory here. And that kind of like... You can see me cracking up a little bit because like I walked 45 minutes through the city, through like boring as like city, nothing fun, to just get a cool place on my video. And then I just get the fucking trash factory nature area. It's so bad. Very fun though that I managed to fuck up that much. I actually do go out here. This is a little bit loud, so I'm turning this down. I do go a bit down to the beach here, just kind of like exploring a little bit. But you can see it's just... You can see it's kind of fucked up a little bit. It's not a beach you could like... Not a tourist beach, however. And then I go back on track. I move along all this path. There's just nothing. Just pretty rocks and stuff. There's you can see like Dublin. It's an okay view, I would say. It's good for like an afternoon walk or whatever, but it's not a tourist attraction. I picked this spot horribly wrong. And then you just keep walking, you keep walking. I think I wanted to get up there somehow. What happened here? What was I doing? Weather's great though. Very, very cool weather. Just fresh breeze. I've never breathed in such like even with the factory in the back, I've never breathed in such fresh air before. I felt my lung was cleansed. A lot of people here, just a popular trail path, but you can see there's nothing interesting here. You can already hear that I'm kind of labored. What is he yapping about? I'm having a monologue. Sometimes during these walkies, I just start talking for no reason. And I don't know if I should like let it in or whatever, but I'm also not going to edit it out. So it's just like my unfiltered feelings. Let's see if we can get some audio in here. What does the hero have to say? Excuse me for any language, because I think I'm actually pissed off here a little bit. This is the big reveal, by the way. You can see the lighthouse in the back. That's like, oh, that's like, I'm kind of in the way. But you can see kind of, that's all the way back there. You can technically go there. And that's like a lighthouse. And that's like, oh, I think I can show it on this map. So I basically went down this road, went here, kept going. Where did I get? I went over here, kept going, and then I was here. This is like the place where I was. And you could go all the way Okay, I think you can't go to the lighthouse. You can probably drive to it? Wait, can you street view on this? You can street view on this. That's insane. Okay, that's actually really cool. I kind of regret not going there, but come on. That's such a long walk just to, like, see the crowded ass lighthouse. Okay, I will admit it's kind of cool, but I'm pretty sure you can also not go up there. A guy is fishing. I like that there's a street view car here. But yeah, this is the lighthouse. The lighthouse that we're seeing all the way in the back here with the video. But yeah, as you can see, that is a long ass trip. So I went in 40 minutes from the Trinity College here over to this location. And then from this location all the way over here. This is like, how long is this from the Great South Wall? This is 2 kilometers. It's not too much, but it's another 30 minutes. And the thing is, you go all the way out and then you have to go all the way back. I have to go all this way, all the way back. Would be another like 2 hours at the very least. So I was getting pretty exhausted by that point. So let's see what the boy has to say.
The fuck? The National Park? More like Industrial Park. The fuck's all this then? Alright, whatever, man. I'm not going all the way out there. But it is kind of nice. I mean, what would be the point? Came all here for nothing? Alright, whatever, man. Let's take a dip.
Let's take a dip. Also, great homeless tent.
I cannot trip, that would be nice.
Yeah, I'm trying to like go down here. Let's see what happens. I wonder if my face is visible here because I dropped the camera here at one point trying to go down. Oh yeah, I'm trying to find a way down here, but it's not really possible.
Probably gonna need 2 hands for this. Is there any other way to get down? I guess not. Alright, well, this is a little scary.
Let's hope my face doesn't show up randomly. My exhausted, labored face. I'm trying to like crawl down like a ledge here, but I really shouldn't have done that. Who's this creep speaking in the video? Don't worry about it. I'm like kind of holding on to like a vine here at this point and trying to go down. And I think I throw the camera away in a little bit. Do it for the vine. There is a vine here, yeah. Alright. Successfully avoided showing my face. I think. Oh! I didn't want to trip. I'm very cautious. Sometimes it seems like I'm very reckless, but I'm actually super, super cautious. So I was trying to go down a ledge that required 2 hands and some advanced maneuvers that I wasn't willing to do, mostly because I don't have the footwear. I just have very shallow sole shoes, so I'm actually not able to to make that.
Worth the hassle, really.
Bro just filmed himself struggling to walk down a gentle slope. Look, it was a little more than a gentle slope, okay?
It smells like a chemical plant.
Yeah, this is... Nice view, by the way. Man just walked in...
like the funniest thing ever.
Yeah. It's pretty
going out, having a good time or whatever. I don't know.
I say some weird
There's
shit.
like no fucking way to get...
I say some
this
fuck.
one's better.
Come on, shut up. I want to talk.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, I'm saying some weird shit when I'm on my own. By the way, I'm a notorious guy talks to himself. I'm pretty sure a lot of times people passed me that I didn't know that were passing me that thought I was insane, because sometimes I just start talking. It's just a streamer disease.
This one doesn't kill me. All
Now
right.
this is a gentle slope.
Heads down.
I also think I got a bunch of like spikes in my socks or something. Some hooks that like burrowed into my socks. I had like itchy feet for a while. There's one more thing I want to show you before we move on, because that's an interesting anecdote. That's my first interesting. Okay, he's just singing.
God.
He's yapping.
I guess it's nice for dogs.
There's a lot of dogs here, yeah.
I just realized if I do this, I'll like, I don't know. I don't have a towel to dry.
So here's the thing. I want to take a dip, and I took a video of my feet like dipping in the water and stuff. You know, like a funny haha feet video. What I realized is if I go in the water and get my feet wet, I'll have to wait until they dry before I go back, and there will also be sand everywhere. And the walk back in that would be awful. So I was kind of contemplating it, but someone actually came to the rescue. Let's see if that's even on the camera. I think I'm actually just doing it, huh? I think this is where I take my shoes off. There's some other people taking a dip. Also very windy. Sorry, it's a little too loud. Okay, that's super windy. You can't really hear anything anymore.
Yeah, the backdrop's a little interesting, but the backdrop's a little interesting.
Yeah, well, that's a good factory.
Ah, I see. That makes sense.
Or maybe that's it there, I don't know.
Ah,
One of them is up here anyway. Still beautiful.
yeah.
We're only
The wind's too strong, unfortunately.
I actually walked all the way from Trinity College to here.
Oh, there you go, that's a good
That's a good walk,
one.
yeah. I have to go back, but that's alright.
So he said, I said I walked all the way from Trinity College, and he said it's a good walk.
I'll be going part of the way soon if you want to lift, but
And he said, I'm gonna go part of the way soon if you want to have a lift.
not all the way, but about some of the way soon. My car's up there, I'm going to go from here to here. Back down, I'll be driving out there in about 10 minutes if you want to lift part of the way.
Sure, that actually sounds like a lot of
Are
fun.
you on your own or are you taking
I'm on my own, yeah.
So
I'm on my own. He asked if I wanted to lift. He's driving part of the way there, and just he was walking his dog. He had like a wiener or whatever, and that's just kind of an older guy, probably in his 60s or something.
I'll tell you when I pass it by.
Yeah.
And then he says like he's gonna pass me by in like 10 minutes or something when he's doing the round trip. So I was actually kind of saved in that regard, because that guy picked me up. Now here's the thing. Obviously the first thing, good thing you didn't go with him. I did go with him. That's the story. I did drive back with him. And see, here's the thing. So obviously the first response, because you are so you're filled with hatred and terror of the common man, and I do think it's important to stay a little bit wary of things. That's why I was kind of like giving it a little bit of a thought, but not much of a thought. And here's the deal. You come out here in this sort of area, and you come in here and walk your dog. This already is like, it's not a popular tourist area. There's a couple of people going here. There is one lighthouse, but no fucking person would like do this trick. There's like maybe a couple of people. I saw a handful of people doing this even, and most of them turned around where I turned around. So this guy drove all the way out here to look for willing victims to drive back and then do whatever with them or whatever. It's not implausible, but it's improbable, I would say. This guy is just walking his stupid dog. I think wiener dogs are very stupid, or dachshund, whatever you want to call them. And he was just like out, and his car was on the way there, and he just. By the way, he hits me up, a middle-aged guy with like not really many features to him, and he's recording. So if he was gonna do something, he'd even have evidence. There's a lot of like young girl, like not long, but there's a couple of younger women that were kind of taking a dip there. That was just kind of on their own. That's just kind of the I mean, the are you on your own question is a little scary, but also not really. It was just like confirming that like him like actually suggesting right made sense, because if I wasn't alone, there was no point of asking me because I'd be in company anyways. So he offered me a ride back, and so we rode back. And unfortunately for the story, nothing happened. And that's also the end of the video, so there's nothing really else going on here. A little bit about that trip. It wasn't anything special, realistically. About the ride back, not the trip itself. We're not even like halfway done. Let me see. Let me pick up the picture here. So this is the way on my next location, but so that was an older guy. It turns out he was just on his break. So during his work break, he tends to walk his dog, and he comes driving down to walk him at the beach, and then he just drives the way back. So just likes hanging out at the beach, which is kind of a nice thing actually, just for a break. And we talked a little bit about the city. I inquired him a little bit about, what's the economic situation like, how's living in Dublin and stuff like that. I was telling him what I was doing. We were talking about food, we're talking about drink, just a general small talk stuff, nothing too fancy. It was like a 15-minute ride back, or 10 minutes, not that much. He dropped me off at the park, and that was the end of it. Never heard from him again. It was just like, the scariest thing was his dog like being on his lap looking out the window, and it felt like at any given point that dog is just gonna jump, because it was a very active dog. But other than that, there was really nothing happened. It was just safe, but it was cool. I got a ride back. Those people are normal. There is a risk involved, but he had a cute dog. Was he gonna do something to me and have his cute dog watch? Come on. Also, it's a perfect strategy if you want to abduct people. Bring a cute dog, because that fooled me. That the dog was without the dog, I would have been more careful, but with the dog, if you got a dog, if it's not like if you have a Pomeranian, then I'm running. Because no sane person has a Pomeranian, but everything else is kind of fair game. But yeah, that was the last day of my Dublin. I keep wanting to say Dubai, but it's Dublin. Pomeranians are cute. They kind of are cute. I don't hate them. It's just Chihuahuas are the fucked ones, but Chihuahuas are also just a women dog. I've never seen a man have a Chihuahua. Go to Dubai next, lol. Yeah, I'll put it on my throne. How about that? Trip to Cork. Very uninteresting countryside, but we'll get some better views later. This was just a bus ride, and this is the first time I actually I realized everything, all the public transport between cities is all bus. How do you play this place? Cork? It's just like the material. C-O-R-K. In Gaelic, it's like... I think C-O-O-U-G-H or something? No, I think I'm making that up. Let me see what it's called in Gaelic, because they always have like the double one. Cork Island. Oh, Coraig. It's C-O-R-A-I-G-H. Means marshlands. But yeah, let's see what Cork's all about. That's just another rock. Cork's all about pastries, apparently. We got some nice pastries there. Nice Cork, bro. Thank you. So this is kind of the central area of Cork, sort of the main road. I really like this road. I always love these sort of local, like sort of like main shopping roads and stuff like that, especially if they're walkable like that. It's just super comfortable to just kind of see the people, see the shops, see what everything's up about, and everyone's congregating here. Just like running around is just super fun. So I always like these areas, and I'm glad like every city in Ireland has this. So glad for it. And meanwhile, when I'm in America, it just feels like San Jose. I don't know, Jay. I don't think you have been to Off Guy, or maybe you have, but the San Jose downtown area is fucked up. It's like actually scary. Even at broad daylight, it's kind of scary. Like the entire downtown area was just annihilated. I think COVID kind of did a number in it and like never recovered. But when I was there last year, all the windows were boarded up. The only thing that was like alive was like a really decrepit 7-Eleven. I don't think that city is in a good state. It's like Cali, but it's also like deserted Cali. So it's not even like, it's not aggressive like homelessness like in LA, where it's like, okay, with the homelessness is just part of the vibe. In San Jose, it feels like more like a post-zombie apocalypse. It's just like all the places are boarded up because there was like an unnatural development that they kind of ruined everything, and now there's only zombies around. There have been a couple of like fentanyl zombies around, or like just some meth or something. That like there were like these spawned homeless that have like a shopping cart full of like a million things. So they're like traders basically, but they don't trade you anything. They just stab you if you're getting too close. At least you didn't go to Oakland. I don't even know where that is. Oakland. Do we have Oakland? Can we do stop and then Oakland? Oakland is in California. That is, oh, okay. That's a little bit up north, east of San Francisco, across the Bay Bridge. Yeah, I see. Is that place really fucked up? I don't know how San Fran is. San Francisco is probably like, you can't be in certain areas, and in some areas you can be. I think that's kind of how a lot of American cities are, where it's like, I saw a post where they separated LA by explaining it with districts from New York. So you can kind of tell which areas are safe to go to and which aren't. And I think like every city in America kind of has this, which is kind of funny. There's like a couple places where it's just like Manhattan, where it's like perfectly safe to stay. And like American cities just like have like that one area that's just don't go there. I think San Jose has that too. I looked at a couple of like reviews of San Jose, and they said don't go into the east. Don't go into the east. That's that's where you get stabbed. And I'm glad I didn't, because it was like across the highway anyway, so that wasn't really even close to it. And I was very close to the downtown area, just like maybe 15 minutes away or something. So that's kind of what it is. But yeah, glad that this is sort of a relaxing. I didn't feel threatened or like feel like there was any dangerous places in Ireland. There are. I think you can get mugged and robbed in Dublin very easily if you're like a beta cuck. If you have beta cuck energy. But me, the superior Chad, goes to bed before 2 p.m. Before 8 p.m. So I'm actually not. I was out for the bars, but making sure I'm only at the well-lit areas. You're just, if you're smart, you just aren't out past midnight, and stuff like that. You know, that's just common sense, because why risk it? Unless you're like with friends and you're getting fucked up all night, that's fine. But then you also like, you have the numbers advantage, right? But on your own, just, you know, make sure you're home by 8 and everything is fine. Got a bubble tea without bubbles, just black tea, no sugar. Ooh, refreshing drink. I love that. I love New York for having this drink, by the way. Insanely delicious. Just bro, give us nothing. And that's all I want, because I want to be refreshed. I don't want to have 7 million sugars like destroying my brain folds. Burger looks really disgusting, also kind of mid. Tastes way better than it looks, yeah, now that I look at it. But I had a burger again because I like meat. Not really super, but they had these. This drink is really good. I've never found it anywhere else, but it was like an Irish brand. It's like a lemon lime soda. Really good stuff. Not too sweet. Very, very, very bitter, actually. Big fan of that. Funny building in Cork. This is my accommodation, by the way. It looks like, I don't know. It looks bad. It's like freshly painted to look like it's new, but you can tell it's a piece of shit. And what you know it's a piece of shit. But it's still clean. That looks like, that does look like Squid Game. This is fucking Mr. Beast games. This is like a really artificially set up like game area where like behind the scenes it's all just like cardboard setups. But yeah, this place is kind of like, it was still expensive. It was close to the center. That's kind of the most important part. But yeah, this is kind of just kind of a miserable place because it doesn't get cool. There's no AC anywhere in Ireland, really. So, well, they have some AC places, but not a lot. And this window doesn't do anything. Also, kind of the loudest place. Seagulls were going rampant here. There's an Aldi's here. That's kind of cool. I used that a little bit to get like my my provisions. And this is Cork during a sunset. Let's get this picture because it's kind of more telling. Coastal area, coast is to the left, and then it's just a normal city up kind of a hill. In hindsight, it's a pretty boring place. When I was looking things up, Cork was supposed to be kind of like a history place or something. There's like a couple of historic places here, but not more than in Dublin or anywhere else. It's just like, again, just a normal place. But it was a good place to kind of like slow down a little bit. It was the perfect place to just enjoy the mundanity of life. It almost feels like it's just like you're having your day off. You have like a weekend off, work, and instead of spending it in your own city where you already know everything, you're just in a new city. It's still like the same accommodations, it's the same amenities. You just have a couple of restaurants, you can get fucked up or something like that. But it's just nice to just enjoy mundane life when it's just a little bit different from your own. I always like that. So a lot of people come here, especially young people, just to look at the sunset on this kind of like little raised hill, which is really not that amazing. But people love it. They just kind of like sit down and have a little bit of a laugh together. So I don't mind it at all. Back in town, I think this is a different day or the same day. Let me see, I can actually tell that. It's like 21/7. Still 21/7. Okay, same day. Just on the way back. Just a nice river again. Of course, they always build cities by the river. That's why there's a river here. Makes it for a really nice walk. Next day. That is me. I have no idea where I am. Oh, this is on the. Oh, this is on this castle. There's like a tiny castle in the city center. So sort of like a walled area. Apparently, this has some historic significance. They were like doing like a couple of fights up there and stuff like that, but they lost pretty quickly. But nothing really too fancy. You can see a church in the background. Again, there's always like in between this kind of modern city without anything. There's just like a historic thing that has existed for like 500 years. Pretty fun. Another French toast. Way less this time, but a little bit more delicious actually. And just a lemonade. Light. I am paying $10 for this is, by the way, very criminal. But, you know, I'm on vacation. Who cares? I just want... I hate, like... The funny thing is they have full Irish breakfast, which is literally full English. They just call it different. It's still beans, sausage, and potatoes, and like black pudding and stuff like that. It's still the exact same thing, and bacon. And there's like 1 or 2 differences, but they also got the sausages and everything. But please don't. It's like 10 a.m. in the morning. My body hasn't woken up. Just give me something nice and like a little bit rich, and French toast kind of fits that bill. Pancakes would be fine too. So this day, I went to Fota. The Fota Wildlife Park. What a strange place. I actually like this area because it is sort of on a... it's not in Oakland. Oops, that's not what I wanted to do. It's not in Oakland. It is sort of on this tiny island, right? And the train goes across this and just holds here. That is so strange. So to the left and to the right, there's just... Do we have... We don't have... No, we don't have... Do we have street view here? We have street view on this bridge. You can't really see it that well. Maybe more on this side. You can see the trains going there. Is that even the right side? Yeah, that is the right side. And it's just like above this like marshland. It's a really cool train ride. You can kind of see it. You're coming from there. Oh, you can't see it because I took away the image. Really cool stuff. And I think I also have a video of this, but later. So there's a couple pictures here. That's tapirs. That's capybaras. That's a red panda. There's more red panda. And there's monkeys. I have a full walkies videos of the Fota Wildlife Park. We can go through it a little bit, but there isn't really anything fancy in this one. This is a wildlife park. This has nothing to do with Ireland. It's just a tourist attraction. It's not even a tourist attraction. It's more of an attraction for the people who live there because they don't give a fuck about Ireland, of course. So what they're doing is they're just putting a zoo there, basically. But it's a wildlife park. It's a little better than that. And this is the other side. I like train stations. So sometimes I'm recording this. And I thought this train, it was really... It's kind of cute. That's why I recorded it. Look at this tiny ass train. Look how small it is. And there's no rails either. It's just a diesel train. It's so small. I don't even know how it's worth driving this thing. For all of the train enthusiasts in my community. I'm a little bit of a train enjoyer, but I only like riding them. I'm not enthusiastic about the entire thing. But I'm glad whenever I can take a train. So these train rides were actually quite pleasant. All right, this is the bus ride to Blarney Castle? No, this was to Doneraile. This was Doneraile. No, it was Blarney Castle. Never mind. Donerail is the next day. This is sort of a curated park area. With like castle gardens and the big ass walk. Very cool stuff. I did enjoy this a lot, by the way. This castle was kind of cool, but it was a little bit too full, so I couldn't film a whole walkies videos in this. Because basically the way they do it is they have like a walk up, but they have like kind of a funnel, not a funnel, but like a bottleneck at the top, because there's a little bit of a tourist attraction where you can kiss the rock for good luck or something, and they take a picture of you. And because that takes so long, you can't just go at your own pace through the castle. You have to kind of like stand in line as you slowly progress through the castle. Gives you the time to appreciate all of it. There's kind of a dungeon area. There's a little bit of an entrance. You can kind of see all of the structures still alive and well. This is kind of at the entrance where they can like throw stuff down at intruders. Very tiny castle. It feels like a very claustrophobic place. You'd think like a castle is like a big, huge area with like millions of like square meters of like areas and stuff. But most castles, while it looks imposing from the outside, it looks like there's like so much going on, but it's like a 2-bedroom apartment at best because everything is just walls. Because they just had to build them walls so the thing wouldn't fall apart. Like tiny little lookouts and stuff. This is like a toilet. This was basically a toilet, I believe. So it's very, very primitive. Kind of like these pent up rooms. There's a kind of a prime sniper location. I took that picture as a meme because, you know, you can get these people from here. A skilled archer could take these out. And this is, I wanted to kind of like catch the scale and how tiny it is. This is like the stairs up. You can barely fit like a normal human through there. Like an adult has kind of, as an adult, I kind of struggled a little bit to get up there. Even though, you know, that's just kind of normal, I guess. But if you were at any point overweight, I'm pretty sure they just wouldn't let you in because they know you wouldn't fit in there. There's literally like at some point, I walked through a tiny, at the top, there's like a tiny opening where you can get to the top. And you can't fit there just walking straight. You have to like slant your body because I would like hit the sides with my elbows. Sorry they didn't let you use that. I'd be very surprised if you haven't ever seen me in like any of my like full pictures. Whether it be some of the Admiral cosplay stuff. If you've seen one of my more recent videos with the cosplay stuff, I don't think you'll follow my alt account. That would be weird. You wouldn't do that. You're not that type of guy. They wouldn't let me use that either. Cock's too heavy. Yeah. It will like scrape along the edge and like you'll get like slight inflammation and stuff like that. It's not too pleasant. Some of the rocks are smooth. You could probably maybe like if you're just being careful, you can probably rub one out, but you know, it wouldn't be too nice. Wouldn't be too sanitary either. And then you spill everywhere. Wouldn't be safe. You might slip and then cause like some harm because some child would like trip, and we don't want that. So we'll keep it clean. We keep it in the pants, and you know the big cock havers have to be outside. But there's a nice, as we can see, this is kind of a nice area, nice castle area, just fun for the whole party. Just enjoy some cows, enjoy some areas. This is kind of what it looks from the up. Just a little bit of a center, and then this just all around. There was probably proper wood construction about this. You always think like, how did these people live like this? This is like not a construction, but you have to remember that all the organic stuff is already decayed. So there's usually like wood and stuff everywhere that kind of reinforces it, and only the rock formations remain. You can kind of see these little lips hanging off where they would be putting like large supporting beams and then just wood on top. Obviously there was a lot of wood that reinforced it, that actually made it hospitable. It would still not be comfortable for modern standards, obviously, but you could live in it, I guess. Just off the top, just some nice trees, funny bell. Oh, and that's me trying to capture how tight that actually is. Do you see the fit though? It's really... Look how narrow that is. That's actually... That's pretty narrow. Me holding the phone sideways because I'm an idiot. It kind of gives you like a little bit of vertigo, I guess, if you watch it closely, but this is the only way. But yeah, this is very tight. You'll have to squeeze in to make it fit. Glad I made a video that illustrated it quite well. Another video. What am I doing here? Oh, just trying to make like some recordings. On the way down, you get a little bit more freedom to explore because there's no bottleneck anymore. And you can kind of see how I have to kind of squeeze in these kind of rooms and stuff like that. So it would be a little bit... What am I doing here? Okay. Okay, this is just the... This is not even a video. But this is like what the entrance looks like. This is the entrance of the castle. You can literally just like kill someone easily by just shooting down like an arrow, or just poke a spear through it and or like pour tar on them or something and set them on fire. Very cool stuff. It's kind of like from one side, that's the exit. Cool area. And this is kind of to show how narrow it really gets. This is like a normal entrance. It's nuts. Oh yeah, please don't feed the horses. And the horses, are they in the room with us right now? Very funny coincidence. But yeah, there was a little bit of a walkway, a little bit of a botanical garden you could hang out in. Just kind of like a bamboo area, which was kind of nice. Bunch of leaves, like a little bit of a installation. Very cool stuff actually. Everything very, very nice and very, very curated. Oh yeah, and the Irish stew that I had that looks way better than the previous one. This was just outside of Blarney Castle. Outside of Blarney Castle is a small town, and by small I mean like just one road of like 10-15 houses at max, and there's a pub in there. The pub was serving horse racing, and they had Irish stew. And this one's actually, this is less of a stew, that's more of a goulash. I like that a lot. Super rich sauce, very tender beef. You got the potatoes, you got the carrots, you got the beef, you got all the other bits and pieces that are in there. You got a dollop of mash. You got some white bread to dunk into the sauce. I even got some fries to dip even more into the sauce. Very great stuff. I had to wait an hour for the bus, so I'm super grateful that I was able to experience this dish. Very nice, very filling, and kind of cheap. I think I've paid like $12 for this, which is, it's not a lot of stew, but like for these days, getting a restaurant for like $10 and getting actually, I was satiated. That was good enough for me. Goulash is very powerful. Like the poor people make like really good food, and they always make a stew, and the stew always gets you, if it's that rich, whew, very good. I like that a lot. This is one of my favorite dishes in the in Ireland, but they also can't really claim it. It's goulash. It's Eastern European, but I guess whatever you got. And I cleaned the plate. Oh, nice. And we got horse racing. The train back, I believe. Or was this up to Doneraile? I think this was up to Doneraile. Yes. This was leading up to Doneraile. Doneraile is a sort of like just a park, a giant nature park. It's half kempt, half like kind of wild. And there's a funny thing that happened. You can kind of see it mostly just mowed lawn. There's a little bit of a castle townhouse thing. And it's just a really nice area to just take a wee bit of a walk. You get some wildlife in there, a couple of deer that are kept. They weren't too cooperative, so I couldn't like take like full pictures of them. And then I came out to this area. This area is interesting because I'm pretty sure I wasn't supposed to go here. There was just an open gate and I just went through it, and then I realized, Wait, this isn't a normal road. This is just where the tractor went. So I actually went out into the highlands. You can kind of see like the cage where the deer are, but this is all like open area. I wasn't supposed to come here. Nobody stopped me, and I went back shortly after, but that felt nice. I felt like this was the first time I felt like I was out in the wilderness. Obviously behind me was just a park that was like kept in shape by like a dozen of employees, but this felt like, okay, now I'm adventuring, at least for a little bit. And then there was a little bit of this. Oh, there was deer here. Okay, let's see what I'm doing here. I wanted to engage with the deer, of course. Deer is notorious for being very friendly and not skittish at all, and they're not gonna jump away by the moment I walk up to them to pet them, of course, because that's what every human does. We have to pet the animals. We were put on this world to pet the animals. They're just kind of vibing. They don't really have any agenda. A couple of people, he's scratching his balls, or his face even. And I think they notice me very quickly. They're sort of aware of me. I kind of...
Sorry about that.
Wanted to see if I can lure someone in. That guy doesn't care, but I think there's another one that comes up to me relatively soon. He's actually sort of curious. I don't have anything with me to bait them. One of the deer is screaming.
Stop whining, will you?
Okay, he doesn't care, but I think there's another one that cares a little further up. I think that guy, this guy's even reaching through the fence to munch on grass. He also doesn't seem to mind me too much. He's totally lost in the sauce, and I think I get to touch him here. Let's see how that goes. It's always hard to keep the camera on the target.
Yes, I did.
Just a small touch. I
enjoy your meal.
I like touching animals. What can I say? They're just fun. They're just fun little creatures that go about their business, and sometimes they have to put up with people getting close to them. Don't clip that out of context or whatever people say. More highlands, just a nice walk. And I found a cat. Very aesthetic cat picture. Not the highest quality, but I actually had this cat run away from me, and I was like, why are you running away so fast? I don't know why you're running so fast. I was like 100 meters away or something, and it spotted me and just ran. And the reason was it caught prey and wanted to secure it. I think this is the first time I saw a cat actually having a mouse. It's just a wild concept that this actually happens. And I got a pizza in Cork, back in Cork. Looked okay, tasted really bland. Not a good pizza. I paid way too much for this. Bad choice. Tiramisu, little better. Looks too crowded. Tastes pretty good though. Can't fault anything about the tiramisu. This is Trails. This is my screenshot of finishing Trails in the Sky at home. I brought Trails with me, and this is a screenshot of the ending cutscene. So, yay, we beat it. Now I have to get a new game. Okay, so this place, is this the bar? This is the bar. Okay, this is a cool place. Let's go back to the nicer sounding soundtracks, shall we? This bar was just upstairs, a tiny, quaint little place where I got myself a little bit of a cocktail. This was one of the places where I actually sat down and got into conversation with the bartender. And what did I ask the bartender? I was saying, I'm kind of new to this bar business. If you can help me, like fetch me a drink that I like, a it would be helpful. And he said, sure, what you want? And I was like going for, I said, I like lemon, I like bitter, and I don't want anything too sweet. So give me something that is just lemony, and just like, whenever I take a sip, I want to like shake in my boots a little bit. And he made me something that I think is very close to whiskey sour, but he left out most of the sugar and just added a little bit of it. And I think the rest is just, or might even be rum lemon or something. And just put a lime on top. Really cool drink. Enjoyed that I bought 2 of them. And you pay like $12 for each of them, but that's normal. Really good place. It was a cool vibe. I didn't take like a full pic of it because I always hate like taking out my phone and taking like a picture where everyone is on screen. But that was just like a tiny little tucked away on the first floor, going up a stairwell, and just a mini bar. Kind of like, I always wanted to have a place like the Yakuza series has. The Bar Serena or something, where you just go up a couple of stairs, and then there's just the mama. I think they call her mama, which is just like the bartender lady. And she just fetches you a drink, and you just sit down and unwind a little bit in like silence, because I don't like loud bars. And that's like the peak experience. I have to do that in Japan though. In Cork at night, you can see very corporate, nothing too fancy about it. Nothing really. It's just a normal city, like anyone else. Blue City Hall. Breakfast, mini pancakes, chocolate cake. I'm really indulging. I love sweets. God, is that great. And then we're back on the bus. 3 days of Cork, summed up in just a couple of pictures and a little bit of video footage. There wasn't really anything else, I believe. I'm not sure if I took a video of the Donorail stuff. I don't think I did. I had a couple of pictures of it, but I think I did not do a walkies, did I? What is the second video? Oh, that's the FOTA wildlife thing. Do I want to show this, or do I just not care? What's the third video? Oh, that was Blarney Castle, but I realized I couldn't film there. And the fourth video is the other one. Okay, fair enough. No. FOTA Wildlife, it's a wildlife park. I saw a cheetah, I saw giraffes, I saw ostriches. It's animals. It's not that great. There's a better animal part later on, so don't worry about that. Kind of a wasted day, but whatever, it was okay. The next bus ride, Ire Chan House in Galway. My one overnight stay, because the next day I was gonna go on a ferry trip. I was gonna go to the Aran Islands, and the biggest one, which is Inishmore. I wanted to spend a night on an island, and so I did. But not before going to Galway, where I enjoyed a lovely festival. A Galway cultural festival or whatever. These fries were really good, by the way. Really crispy fries, some weird curry sauce that I really liked. Great, I had a great time. This was very fun. This was just an impromptu thing because I planned the day to like travel for the most part, because it took like 3 hours for the ride. I set off at 11 a.m. I arrived at like 2 p.m. or something. I checked in, it was already 3 p.m. and then I had to do stuff. So I took a long walk around Galway, and then I found this festival, which is kind of interested in. These guys were like just hanging out and playing music. So I again settled down and recorded a bit. It's less audible this time, and I don't think I recorded for too long. I liked this one, but then I sat down. This is a little funny to me. I recorded this because this is a blues song and this is American. Very clearly American. Don't know what that happens, but that's still pretty funny. But the crowd's getting into it. I do like the energy of these guys because they're just like some middle-aged dudes that just play music on these trips. I wonder if we can see the violin player actually. He's somewhere in the audience, I believe, right now. Oh, I love this stuff. It's the perfect music to get fucked up. There he is. This is also, I think... What's the song? This is also a cover. So they're playing less Irish traditional stuff, and more like fusion, I guess. Got a contrabass, acoustic guitar, and a violin. Yeah, this is fucking Minnie the Moocher. They're like so American coded. That's a really fun song though. He did a really good job though. Minnie the Moocher is a song, it's like a really old blues song. I have the Blues Brothers version of this. It's really hard on the singing. I like the singer has to go hard, and I think this guy actually nailed it pretty well. Ooh.
Hey folks, here's a story about Minnie the Moocher.
It's like nobody gives a shit about this music. Like literally nobody. I'm literally aging myself like plus 30 years for like even having this music on my disc. It's not even Spotify. I literally just have it downloaded. Really interesting to see that I got this, and people seem to know this song. It's a call and response that's obviously in the original, but people just know this. Ooh. Damn, he nailed that. Good singer though. Some more Irish stuff. Oh, I got 2 full minutes here. All right. I'll get something to drink. Oh, by the way, this bloke here, what do you think he's doing? He's fucking knitting. He's got out his knit kit. By the way, he has his like purse or whatever this is. The bloke sat down, got himself a Guinness, sat down in front of this live music and started knitting. That's like a Giga Chat move. Like, he's just living his life. He does not give a fuck about anything. He's just pursuing his creative endeavors while enjoying a pint and some music. I mean, what more could you want? such a good combination of instruments too. Violin is such a good lead instrument. I've just... They're playing the... They're playing this the 7/5 symphony thing at the end. Kind of a wild card, I suppose. But that was great. I love these guys. There's a lot of energy. I watched them all the way to the end. I think they took like an hour or like 90 minutes or something. Very great stuff. Just random people playing music. I love that. Honestly, I wish there was more of that here. Like literally nobody here gives a fuck about music. Like there is stuff, but it's not like everywhere. If you go through these cities in Ireland, there's music coming out of every single like house. You literally just need to find a bar that plays like the music you like, and then you just do the thing. It's actually insane. That's really fun. For me, that's really fun because I get to see people perform music just like that. We do have that here as well. We do have a relatively strong cultural scene in my city, but it's just hidden. You need to look for it. You need to go to these places and seek them out. I'm gonna do it eventually, but it's kind of nice to just go through the city center and just see music everywhere. It's so cool. It's definitely missing here. Unless you mean by music, obviously, like just some basic ass club EDM, and not even the good kind. Like I love me a good EDM. Give me some early 2000s UK drum and bass. I go wild, but not the bass stuff. The normie shit that's just played to keep the ecstasy drones from not collapsing is not what I care about. Anyways, Port of Galway. We're taking a boat. A rickety ship. This is when we set sail, and it gets a whole lot more uncomfortable throughout this journey. I don't think I record anything here, but this is just... Oh no, we do hear it. Yep, there's a lot of wind. The seas are rough. It doesn't look rough. It's not that bad, but it's like there's a lot of wind. I had to really manage this trip because I actually did get a little seasick. It's cold. It's windy. It rains. You get wet. It's really uncomfortable. Also, there's so many people on this. Again, if you go in season, that's probably just kind of bad. But I got a couple cool pictures out of it. This is still the end. This is still the where we left, I think. Just a couple of pictures, and that's where we arrive at the Aran Island. The island of Inishmore, of course, which is one of the Aran Islands. Now, we got more horses, of course. Just a couple of houses here, just seen. And this is kind of what it is, what it's like to be on an island. The weather's shit as usual. Nothing too much to see here. Just a couple of houses, and then it's just nothing. Got some cows here. It's me looking down a beach area. Alright, that is this area. I went all the way out. And I kind of actually walked down this beach because I wanted to see... Okay, this is a monologue. I don't know what bros... I think my brain was cooked here, but I just wanted to say something. So I guess we was... So as it turns... Let's see what the guy has to say. You can't just go to the end of the world. Okay.
and nobody cares.
They don't care.
It's kind of nice. Somehow, at the edge of civilization, you feel, well, I don't know. Usually someone would say something poetic, but
True.
I'm not really primed for that. It's kind of nice that somehow I made it
You already
over
said that.
here. Only bad part is I have to go back.
That's
It's
true.
thankfully not that far. I don't know. Nothing really to show. Honestly, on camera it probably looks pretty bland. And it kind of is. For being completely honest, there's nothing really too exciting about here. But
Who would have thought there's nothing at the end of the world?
another island over
Can you
there.
shut up?
Kind of
Let's be a little bit more profound than that guy that has no idea what he's talking about. After I've collected my thoughts, I love this type of stuff. I'm a sucker for these vistas that seemingly they just exist because nature built them that way, and we never touched them in any significant way. And you can just go there and enjoy them as a human, as a part of the world. And the reason why this is important, I think, is because if you grow up in a modern life, if you grow up as in the city, as a city folk, every path you take is paved. Every action you do is somewhat within the framework of society. And this is too, because this is a tourist place. It is literally just a location for tourists to go to. Although I will say this particular point where I'm standing does not have a road to it. You're supposed to drift off and go somewhere else. But you can obviously go down here, and I'm pretty sure a lot of people have done that. I'm not the first one going down here. There's even more footsteps down this area. Although I think, no, I'm not even the first to go up here. So it's not like this is a unique place. This is just the beginning of my adventure to like see the wilds or whatever. But this is kind of fun. Yeah, this was great. This was kind of me trying to enjoy nature as it is without worrying about anything. Just going out and like, can I enjoy a piece of nature? Because everyone says, oh, it's so great, I saw nature. And I think to myself, well, this is kind of boring. There's nothing to do there. Because I'm still within this framework of modern society where it's like, if you go to a place, you need to have to plan what to do there, right? You have to like do something. And there isn't really anything to do on this island. There's just wandering around, getting a little bit of a workout. Hiking could be an activity, could be seen as an activity, but hiking is just the activity of like getting a workout while like also looking at nature. So it is kind of the perfect hobby, I guess, for that. Combines two things. One thing that I have to do, which is working out, and one thing that I seemingly now warm up to, which is looking at nature. Still need to train my legs a little bit. A little more of a video just from the center of the beach area. Just kind of a really nice lookout. It's more of the feel of the place. It doesn't look like anything, and it is really nothing. Got some cows here, got some sheep here. They're all used for something, for the wool and everything. Oh, this is nice. This is a nice place. Give yourself the moment to appreciate this. We can even go full screen, shall we? Can we go full screen with this? Yeah, we can. Kind of. Full screen enough, I suppose. This really feels like I'm off. This is nice. This cliff area, just look at all of this. It just looks great. It's just a fun. This is like the first time of this trip. This is like 1 week in, I believe. where I felt like, okay, now I've done it. Now I've seen. Now I'm like fully in like experiencing a different country for the nature. This is a hike up a road. the end hike would be, or like the more difficult one. A road led up to this place, so this wasn't like a fully wild hike. There was a little bit of these slate rocks that I had to traverse, but the end goal is to hike all the way to this castle. This is like an old castle that has been dilapidated by now, but you can walk up there. It's like another 2 kilometers. I was already pretty exhausted when I came here, and I didn't have the correct footwear. So I didn't want to do it because it would be just. I felt like how all the rocks were like piercing through the thin sole and just kind of hurt my feet, and I didn't want to get like blisters on my feet and stuff, because once you get blisters, you're pretty much fucked for the rest of the trip until they heal up, and I don't really wanted to risk that, so I just went back down. But still, the view would be the same. That's the thing about nature. You don't have to like explore every nook and cranny, because this is a coast on like an island. It's gonna be looking the same at every location. Kind of. Took a couple of more high quality pictures here. Those are really nice. I've posted these to a couple of friends because it just feels nice to be able to show off something like this. I was here, and there's nothing here, but it looks pretty good. It's like a place you would see on a postcard. Also a horse. He was looking at me expectantly. Cool sight. And this was just kind of the rest of the area. I was enjoying a nice trip on an e-bike, actually. They rented out e-bikes because that place is like... that trip, the round trip around the island is like, I think, 15 to 20 kilometers. You can walk that, but you would want to have more than one day. This is like a perfect way for one-day trip. Actually, what they do is usually give you like... There's one ferry, the one that I came with, that gives you only like 4 hours on the island, which I think is really short. So what I did, I came on that ferry. I came with the ferry. I arrived via the ferry. I stayed overnight, and then in the morning I departed again. So I got an entire day there. And that was a good choice because it was a perfect pace. There wasn't more to see. It was just this second area, sort of a sort of historic area, a prayer place or something, a place of pilgrimage or something. Just a big ass area which is just more of the same thing. I was over there. I was like the other hiking place, and then all the way around here. You can hike around this area if you want to. You can go anywhere on this island that you want. Nothing is off limits. They're not just going to stop you. Unless like the private properties, of course. That's the way you can go. But nobody's going to like call the police if you're out there. It's just, if you trip, that's your fault. It's just, you're just gone. Goodbye. Well, that's a interesting feeling. Not something you're used to. But yeah, as you can see, all flat island. Oh, I was tired. I mean, it's midnight, but yeah. Oh yeah, the sweater shop and my accommodation. It's a container. I didn't know that when I booked that, but this turned out to be the nicest place yet. It's a container home. It's pretty nice. It's actually well insulated, not cold at all, even though it rained and stormed outside. Nice bed. The bath in the back is also pretty good. It's one of these like ready-made kind of plastic ones, but that's what you expect when you live in a container. Still, plumbing was sorted for, so perfect. Just a normal place. Very expensive though. But I booked a trip on an island during high season, during travel season. Obviously, it's going to be expensive. Just a little bit of a cute menu if you want to order in Gaelic. And a sirloin steak with potatoes and Not potatoes. Well, there are potatoes in there, but they're fries. Mushrooms and onions and pepper sauce. That's the Irish way of serving it. Mushrooms, onions, pepper sauce. Well, the fries are optional, of course. And then a pint of cider. I have discovered cider for myself. This is probably the third or fourth pint that I've drank on this journey. Cider is great. Guinness, not so much. Cider is just... It's basically just like what Americans call normal cider, which we have here as a regular drink, and it's pretty popular. And this would be hard cider. For Americans. For everyone else, would just be cider. And a dessert. Chocolate cake. Delicious. Kind of lava-ish. And a vanilla ice cream cone with some blueberries or blackberries. Oh yeah, this is me again.
Thankfully, weather cleared up. Spending most of...
This guy's just rambling about. I was just prototyping some Walkie's live commentary. I don't have anything to say. On the spot, I'm really bad. Can you start? Shut up. I just wanted to run video. No. I just sat down and talked about life and stuff. There's probably something cool that I said there, but it's really embarrassing, so I'll just leave it out. I was just there in the morning before I went back. Weather's still shit, but it was nice. I enjoyed this trip at the on the island enough to make a 6-minute video rambling about really nothing, but I'm already rambling here. There's only enough room for one rambler. I can't layer it up. If this guy says stuff, I also want to say stuff, but as you know, that's how it goes. Still, kind of nice at the end. The fog cleared up, which gave me a pretty look of the island, and then it's all the way back. This was a different area. This was just a port. I thought this was actually another city. This is just a port. And this was my bus stop to the next location. Can you see where the bus stop is? Me neither. There is no indication that there's a bus stop here. There's just eventually a bus shows up, and if you stand there looking enough like you want to take a bus, they will pick you up. He did pick me up. I was worried about nothing. Went into the... Wait, what is this? Is this Galway again? Yes, this was my trip back to Galway. Of course. I had to go back to Galway first before I could continue to Letterfrack. Yep, that was Galway. I got some Moroccan food, which is just like some skewers and like pita bread. This bread was very good. I stuffed my face. Oh, you can't even see it because I obscured most of it. Very good pita bread. I love that one. It looks like it just blew up, but it's actually super dense inside as well. Like not dense that it's like annoying to eat, but just enough that it's like very fluffy. You can still press down on it, but it's just very good stuff. I love that. I ate and like 2 big slices of pita bread. That's like more calories than the entire dish. So I ate all of this. And then I ate the 1 pita bread, and then I had to get to my bus, so I stuffed the second one into my mouth and just went. I didn't take pictures of what happened after that or videos. I should have done that, but I was kind of in a rush. There was the whole festival going on. There was live music playing, drummers. There was a lot of people outside. There were children playing. Really cool area. I wished I could have stayed in Galway one more day. I should have definitely booked. Galway was way more interesting than Cork, for sure. Galway was just a more friendly and inviting city, although that might have been mostly due to the festival, but that was a fun little city and I enjoyed my time there. Probably if I come back to Ireland, I'll definitely stay a couple extra days in Galway just to enjoy a little bit more. They seem to be having a lot of spirit up there. My next ride to Letterfrack. Letterfrack is all the way to the west, and that's kind of where the no man's land is. There's not a lot of cities up there. It's all just kind of fragmented, like chunks of land with like water in between. And I wanted to go to sort of a national park area because the Connemara National Park is kind of well known, I suppose. So I wanted to go there. The landscape that I saw on this bus ride is amazing. Pictures can't really do it justice because taking pictures out of the bus is a little annoying, but you really can see how nice it looks. Mountains in the distance, like stretching farmlands and everything, and there's just so much untouched land as well. It's so nice. You can see like an entire mountain here, and there's nothing here. There's like maybe some power lines, but everything else, this is just untouched. You could just walk up there. There's just nothing. There's not a house. There's not a there's no animals or anything. It's just pure untouched land, like in Central Ireland, because there's just nothing to do there. Why would you put up farm here? Just get closer to the city. But it's kind of nice that there's just land here. Pretty cool stuff. I really enjoyed this bus ride. This bus ride, even though I'm slowly getting tired of buses because I always have to, like, between every area I have to do like a 3-hour bus ride. This still kind of blew my mind a little bit. I felt, oh, look at that. Look how nice that looks. It's obviously like agriculture in the back and stuff, but that's just, I don't know. I'm a sucker for this. That makes you want to go on a quest. This makes you want to adventure more. Such an idyllic, like picturesque area to watch. And then this is Connemara. Actually way more in the forest than I thought it would be. The lodge is quite nice. This place is great. This was like the best stay so far. It was also the most expensive one. I think it was... did I stay one night? Or 2? I think 2. I think I stayed 2. Yeah. I arrived, had a night, then a full day, then another night, and then I departed. Yeah, that's what I did. I just went to bed right after this because there was nothing really else to do. It was pretty late already. Yeah, and this was my trip through Connemara National Park. This was all I was seeing. Holy cow, was it foggy. The weather was so bad. I was getting wet. Everything was drenched. I could barely see. I couldn't walk properly. The wind was really strong. But at least Suichan was with me, so that's kind of nice. With me trapped in Silent Hill, apparently. I'll have a little bit of a video that I'm going to play, but just a few parts of it because there's actually nothing interesting there. Just to give you kind of a view of how it was. Wanted to go to a farm to see a couple animals, but there was nobody there, so I wasn't able to see anything. Oh yeah. The lodge that I was staying at also had a restaurant with like really good pizza apparently. And since I didn't want to have pizza again, I just got the garlic pizza bread. Oh, that looked good. That looks good. And it's a little burnt, but it's not much. It doesn't taste super burnt. So that's still really good. It's like a wood-fired oven. That's just kind of what wood-fired pizza looks like because it like burns at some edges. That was flavorful. That was really good. And then just the fish and chips with freshly caught fish, of course, because they're living at the coast. Also, nothing to say. It's pretty hard to mess up fish and chips. It can be soggy, it can be bad, but like as long as you get fresh fish, fresh crunchy batter, just perfect. But nothing to say about it. Really great stuff. And of course the Irish cider on top of that. One of the best meals I had here, but very calorie dense. Oh god, so many calories. And this was was this the next day? I think it was, yeah. This was like 8 a.m. on the way back. You can see this is where I went, up there. So much fog, and the weather didn't clear up at all. Oh yeah, small bakery on the way back, but I think before we go here, we should at least check the walkies. I'll record this video and you will have to see it, whether or not you like it or not. To just give you an idea, this is all the buildings there are. There isn't much more. This is literally all it is. one bar, one supermarket at the far end there, a tool shop, and that's it. That's all you find. And that's just it. There's like a university on the other side. There's like an extra bar. Like this is like a school or something. I think that's where people, where the kids from the surrounding towns go to. But that's just literally all it is. And then I went up the national park, which is just going up here, going up a long winding road, and then you're just out here. And this view, this was a nicer view. This was like outside of the park still. You can kind of like go up here and see a bunch of the nature and stuff. Really cool. Just kind of a nice view. And I think there's even like a lake. Oh yeah, this view is kind of great. I should stop swaying so much. This is too much. But yeah. The best view was outside the park, which is kind of funny. So now we kind of go up here, go over a parking lot. And this is the trail. It's saying the red trail is 6.7 kilometers, 6.7, 400 meter up, about 2 hour and 30 round trip. I think it's more than that. But also actually, no, it's not more than that. I only needed 40 minutes to get to this point. So I was definitely way on track, but I didn't actually finish the trip. So because this is the early part, this is kind of nice, this is fine. It's just a little fog, that's okay. So I keep going. I'm a little exhausted because it's a lot of like just going like slanted up, a lot of elevation. But other than that, it's just a nice. If this was like no fog day.
I guess this seems to be the easy path.
Yes, this is the easy path. I'm not sure why you're talking. Shut up. I think I talk more on this hike for some reason. But yeah, you really can't see anything. It's just an eerie place. And then you just keep going, just keep going. I eventually make my way almost all the way up. And you can kind of see stuff is getting pretty wet here. I'm soaked at this point already, but I just kept going because I was wearing light clothes anyways. And you can kind of see...
That's the first stop. Honestly, I feel kind of good. But I can't see shit. Right.
He's struggling, but thankfully the wind is like kind of doing him in. You can kind of see that the path gets a little narrower. It's not the worst thing in the world to traverse, but it's like slippery and it's cold and it's wet. And then I'm at the halfway mark, and I think, can I go up the way? Because I do need to go. This is only 36 minutes. It felt like I was already walking for hours because the weather was so bad. So I just kept going because I thought, like, come on, it can't be that bad. And so I kept going, and it was just like a little bit more nice pathway. And I'm saying some shit apparently.
The incline, and about same path again.
I'm measuring how long it would take to get up here, and it's about this a similar length distance, a little less actually. Now that I look at it, I could have probably done it because I'm pretty sure I got. Oh, you can't really see it because I'm in the way. This is like the hill part here, and I think I got up to like here or something. Must have been like 280 or 300 where I got up when I turned around. But it was getting rough. So I don't feel too bad for having skipped that, because you can see it doesn't come out that well on camera.
Play with fire. At like, I shouldn't be talking.
You can see the wind's getting way more, weather's getting worse, and now you can see like at the end here, you You can see the fog because this is like the towards the cliff, right? And towards the peak, and that's where the fog is densest, as you can see the next day. So everything up here is just a storm. I literally think that anyone can hear me.
I'm really exhausted already. I'd probably make it.
You can't see anything. There's just nothing. It's just fog. Even if I get up there, there's just nothing there. It's just gonna be like a sad view of like nothing, and then I have to go all the way down. So
Yeah.
so that's when I decided I'd just call it quits and just go back down. You can kind of see it goes like way, way higher up there, so it's a lot more exhausting. I could have done this easily. I don't think I would have like. The biggest problem was just uncomfortable because it was so drenched at this point. It was gonna get worse, and I didn't want to like. I didn't have like a. I wasn't fully prepared for a trip because I also had gear with me. I also had like my phone and stuff, and I don't know how long the waterproofing rating holds until like this thing just kind of like crashes out and explodes on me and I lose all my footage. That was like part of the issue. Wasn't really like super concerned about that, but it still can happen. It was very wet. Like it was actually, I was drenched. That's pretty much it. But yeah, that was an interesting thing. Let's go back to the usual. Where do we have I want to do more not cry general stuff. Okay. Where were we? We were at the horse riding. The bakery. Yes. So I left Letterfrack somewhat disappointed because that was like supposed to be the highlight. It looked like the view would have been amazing, but the weather had to be good. And the weather wasn't good, so that one was kind of a wasted trip. I still think it was kind of the coolest area. Not the coolest area, what is a really nice area because it was just full nature, enjoyable stuff, and it's just the weather wasn't playing along, so it was just kind of unfortunate. Small bakery in a small village, just a pit stop while I was changing buses. They got some nice stuff there. They got like breakfast, full breakfast if you wanted to. I got one of these giant eclairs because they were kind of fun. And they got some bread in the bag. Just kind of pretty much stuff of everything. Really cool. I enjoyed this. I love tiny bakeries like this, and I hope they last until I die at least. I want to still like be able to go to like bakeries and enjoy some stuff. Galway's own red light comedy club. I just picked this because I took a picture of this because I like the idea of like these local people that people know who they are. That's why they put them on the posters. But I don't know who that is. But it's kind of cool to have like the local legends, even though they might not even be legends. But the headliner, Kevin McGarren, whoever that is, he looks handsome. Got some goats. I was on a bus ride, I believe. And this was at the airport, actually. This was me at the Dublin airport because this is by the time where my butt really started hurting. The issue was from Letterfrack to Belfast would be like a 3-hour car ride because it's from the west to the north. Belfast is in the north, in Northern Ireland, which is part of the UK. And I thought, yeah, well, I'll just take a bus to Belfast then. Turns out that there's no bus that goes to Belfast from Letterfrack, and there's no connection there. So what you have to do is to go back to Galway, go back to Dublin, and then take a bus up to Belfast. And this entire thing takes 8 hours. Ooh, I didn't like that. So I stopped in at the Dublin airport to change buses, but I still had like over an hour of time. So I enjoyed myself some UK staples, which apparently is also an Ireland staple, which is tikka masala. Very bland, very small, nothing too fancy. It's airport food. It's like a little bit better than airport food because it's like a restaurant or whatever. I get what I paid for. But that's also not really a problem. It still filled up my stomach because I needed to eat something. And that was just the first place that was there, and I didn't want to like scour the airport for any other food places while my bus was going in like an hour. So that was all I could get. This is the last location. Belfast at an Ibis hotel. Ibis budget apparently is what I booked, which was still very expensive. This place was a shithole. But the receptionist recognized my Oromori t-shirt and said it was really cool. So that really lifted up the entire experience. I was staying here for 4 days. That was the last end of my trip. And I thought this was gonna be pretty bad. Turns out it was actually pretty good. I did find some things to do that were really enjoyable at the end. So, first day, I went up to Belfast Castle. Now, this is a long hike through Belfast, about an hour or two. What I've noticed is Belfast is the most car-centric place in Ireland I've visited. So many cars, and the air is actually, for being at the coast, the air is actually pretty bad there. But that's just because there's too many cars. And I walked along like a main road as well because that led up to Belfast Castle. I could have just taken the bus up there. There were buses going all the time, and I took a bus back. But to the place, I wanted to get a little bit of a walking in. So in the end, it was a nice walk. Cool mountain there. That's also a cool hike. You can go up all the way up there, which I didn't do because I was already exhausted. But at the foot of this mountain, there is Belfast Castle. There's nothing really to see in there. It's nice to look at. You can see this is kind of like ballrooms. It can be reserved for weddings and stuff. But overall, there isn't really anything to look at. It's kind of cool. You can look down to the Belfast coast. A little bit of a park, like a kind of a garden area. Really neat. So it's not really terrible, and it looks kind of nice here as well. And there's a couple of other rooms that are reserved for if you actually book the place. But that was just it. I just had a site up there while it was raining, and then just walked all the way back to the bus, and then took the day back, and then just hoped, because the weather was also terrible here. As you can see, it was just kind of overcast and actually started raining here. The next day was going to be sunnier. So I went to Giant's Causeway, which is one of the big attractions of Northern Ireland. This thing is well visited. So I decided, take a trip up there, see how good it looks, and maybe do a little bit of walkies. And it turns out that is a great place for walking. The weather was perfect. Absolutely perfect. It was just a couple of clouds. It was sunshine. It was a nice breeze. There's always a nice breeze, but it's also warm, so that felt a lot of fun. That's where the Oshikatsu comes in, a blurry Suichan from the coasts of the Giant's Causeway. And this is the actual Giant Causeway, an attraction because nobody quite knows what this is. And I think it's not been proven what it is, but a lot of people there's assumptions that it's either man-made or it's a geological thing. I don't quite know actually. I didn't book the tour because I never book tours, but I can just check. I have the power at my fingertips. Giant's Causeway. Let's see. It's a UNESCO World Heritage. It is 40,000 basalt pillars. there's a legend. The geologists say it's cooled off lava. Formation of basalt pillars could form if lava is cooling off equally. That's pretty cool. The volcano is gone through erosion. And once, like a year, every year there's like a million people here. But yeah, it's about as interesting as you could think. That's why I only take one picture. I didn't even... Did I have the walkies here? No, I did. But it's kind of a bizarre place, I guess. But nothing exciting. So it is just erosion. Oh, that's not what I wanted to do. No, that is exactly what I wanted to do. Because I said this was a good place for walkies. So I did do walkies. What I expected was gonna happen though is the audio is totally messed up. Could you... there we go. I don't think we can use the audio of this one. It's just a lot of blowing. But there is a couple really cool views that I get to show you. I'll still put the audio on, but very, very small. Very... Okay, this is just the first part of the hike. You just go up. You can kind of see this is like a very, very, very long... You can go very far here. You can go like a long, long way. Many, many kilometers. And this is like the first time I see the view. Oh, it looks amazing. This is like picturesque, really cool stuff. I'm a huge fan of this. This was a fun area to explore. You could see all the cool rock formations. It just feels like nice walking along that. But that's pretty much all it is. There isn't really anything else to show than just more of this, because it's pretty much all the same everywhere. You can also hear it's very, very windy, but look at that view though. This, being here in person, is nice. It feels great. It feels like it just cleanses your mind a little bit from all the bullshit that's in the world. At this point, your brain's just thinking about, nice, cool, nature. A lot of people walking here. They're just enjoying a hike. I think that's the Giant's Causeway down there. I kept walking, and this is like an hour long. So I keep walking for like an hour in one direction, and I still was like halfway towards the end of the path. So that's Giant's Causeway down there. That's where a lot of people converge to just kind of enjoy that. But I took the long way around because look at all of this. That's way cooler. There's a couple of rocks that look like hexagons. That's kind of nice, but look at this entire formation. Very nice. This is probably where I did the Oshikatsu. Yes, I did. This is just great. Yep. Just more of the same. There isn't really anything to... If I had like a... This was a good walkies if the wind wasn't so strong. And this was a good backdrop to just talk about anything. But right now I'm just doing a recap of everything. So this isn't really show worthy. The wind got really strong towards the end. So that distorts the audio even more. But and I think now I go back. But look at that. That is That just looks nice. This is a really good coast. Like they cooked with this coast. A little bit of accessibility here. Just a bunch of like low ceiling areas, and then there's just a bunch of cliffs up there. Super, super nice stuff. And then I think I go down here. Yep, looks also pretty nice. Just a lot of people around that like kills the mood a little bit, but overall that's still fine. And then we obviously still go up to the Giant's Causeway and enjoy a little bit of that nice UNESCO World Heritage. I believe that's the first UNESCO World Heritage thing that I see. UNESCO World Heritage sites. How many are there? 1,700. Okay, buddy. Is there any in like, okay, let's see. I'm kind of interested in this. Let's see if there's any UNESCO World Heritage sites that I care about. Hello? God, I fucking hate this thing. Dude, something's up with my OBS. It's just fucking up a lot. Oh, whatever. Belgium, Brazil, Bulgaria, Cambodia, Chad. Damn, why does China get to have so many? Croatia? Croatia has a bunch of stuff, huh? Pretty cool. Denmark, Dominican Republic, El Salvador. Should have taken the Gulag, the concentration camps. France has a bunch. Damn. Oh, damn, we also have a lot, huh? Is there any in my area? Würzburg, Wies, Augustusburg, Hildesheim. Hildesheim? That's pretty close. Not to dox myself, but... Outstanding universal value. I guess it looks nice. Should I go there? Huh. Okay, cool. Palaces and Parks of Potsdam. Go walk there. You want me to do a walkies at every UNESCO World Heritage site? Is that what you're asking? I could. It's not that bad. Just a bus ride. Huh. They even provide you like the that would be a pretty good he even provides you the perfect locations and everything. That would be a life goal. Honestly, I think it would be boring for the most part. Checklist gaming, but it's a fun thing because they basically do checklist gaming IRL. It's like an open world game, but instead of like farming achievements in a game, you would just farming them in real life, which is so silly. If, let's just say, if there was more people watching and there was more of a resounding like support for this, as in not support but rather peer pressure, I'd say yes. But look, if I did this now, the decision would have rested on your shoulders. So if I go to Cambodia and like trip on a landmine or something and explode, then that's on you. I feel like I'm lacking the skill for probably a lot of these. But it's interesting. Palace of King Ludwig II of Bavaria, Neuschwanstein, Lindenhof, Saachen und Herr Chiemsee. Okay. Erzgebirge, Water Management System of Augsburg. Why is that Why is that a World Heritage Site? Okay. From the 14th century to present day. It has canals from the 15th and 17th century. That's insane. That's kind of good, actually. They got a lot of variety. It's not just palaces and stuff. Town Hall in Roland. Okay. It's pretty cool. Also pretty close. Wartburg Castle. Classical Weimar. Cologne Cathedral. Der Kölner Dom. The most iconic building. Yeah. Alright, do we got some other countries where this... Greece could be nice. Hungary, Iceland. Damn, India is also a bunch of stuff. Indonesia, okay. Iran, Iraq, Israel. I think here we're gonna like get into a little bit of problem. But they got the Babylon there. That's a thing. Aren't you a world thing as well? Or is that just the properties? They have like a thing in there that's like a world wonder or what, right? Whatever, man. Who cares? Italy obviously has a lot. Japan has also a lot. Did I look at any of these? Is the Meiji Shrine one or something? They don't give a fuck about the Meiji Shrine, do they? Okinawa Island. Mounted tombs of ancient Japan. Hidden Christian sites in Nagasaki. Sacred Island of Noma. Industrial Revolution. Shipbuilding and coal mining. Silk Mill. Fujisan. Ogasawara Island. Wasn't there... Oh, that's nice. God, these islands are sick. Japanese islands would be like look even better than a lot. Historic monuments of ancient Nara. Okay, interesting. Shinto Shrine. Okay, Hiroshima Place Memorial makes sense. Gotta go in there. Yakushima. Isn't Yakushima just a city? Yaku Island. Damn. Can you even go there? I feel like in some of these you can't even go. To minimize the impact of visitors, often concentrated as a certain place, patrols are conducted. Okay, so you can go there. Never mind. Jerusalem. Okay. Yeah, this is pretty much everything. Does the United States, do you guys have like a couple of them, right? Kingdom, sure. United States, you don't have that many. They don't give a fuck about you. Whoever this UNESCO people is. Yellowstone was pretty close, but never went. You guys just got national parks, I guess. You guys haven't really built stuff. Statue of Liberty, sure. I haven't been on the Statue of Liberty, but I looked at it. Yosemite, nope. Wildlife. San Antonio Missions. Nah, don't know any of these. But yeah, okay, let's not get distracted, shall we? Conan, I don't need you right now. Please leave. Yeah, that was the giant causeway. Really bad on the... Not really much to show. What I've noticed is that nature walkies aren't super working if they're like so broad like this. They're only really good as a backdrop, and then the audio needs to be a little bit nicer to serve as this sort of like background. I think that this is best experienced, like genuinely. This is just the only redeeming quality of this location is that you get to be there and feel like the wind on your skin as you like walk through there. So I think that with the usual walkies that I do through like cities in Japan, I'm like, okay, it's a good approximation. Like you don't need to feel like the car exhaust on your skin. You can do without that. But this stuff is more a thing for the senses, I believe. Although a nice forest walk and stuff has some really good audio that helps as a backdrop. If I go to like Switzerland, Sweden, Finland, these are all like kind of on the menu. I feel like getting like a deep forest walkies or something would be kind of good. There is one goal I have. One goal. It's a little bit in the stars, but I'm really trying to think about if I can do that. Is a camping trip. And not just a camping trip, but like sort of a you do know the channel what's that? Outdoor Boys or something? It's like that one guy that has like this super huge channel that always does these survival videos where he just goes up with minimalist gear and then just tries to survive. Not that I want to do the survival thing. It's just like it feels nice to go out to a place where there's nothing and then just kind of bring enough stuff that I actually don't die there. Not go. The problem is that's not even allowed in Germany and it's not allowed in Switzerland either. Like just unauthorized camping is just not what they want to see because they don't want you to kill yourself or like die randomly or just set forest on fire because you tried to like make a fire. So that's why they don't want you to do it. But technically you could probably do it, and they're probably, if you get away with it, probably not gonna. And even if they catch you, they're probably just gonna send you away, and it's like you can't do that here. But like, if I found an area that looked secluded enough to count as a like sort of forest area, and being able to camp there and then just turn on the camera for 2 hours and then go live and then just have a live stream where I don't know, cook a meal and just be out there making my camp or something like that. That would be so cool. That would be a like an adventure stream. IRL adventure stream. IRL POV. You're camping with the hero in the field, in the forest, and like because you're on the quest or whatever. That would be so nice. But alas, my means are very limited. I can't just do that, but it would be a super fun experience. It's not that it would cost much, but like all the prep time involved is just. At some point, I'm getting exhausted thinking about it, if I'm being completely honest. But let's go up to the next part. There isn't much left, but I have a couple of interesting parts here still. So, what is up next? Up next is the File Explorer. No, it's not the File Explorer. It's the... Where are we? Media player? It's not the media player. Where's my... Oh, I have to quit out of it. I'm pretty slow with menus today. Okay. Just a tiny cafe outside of that place. Really cool. It's a Nook. The Nook was built as a school. By the local landlords, and then the town became too big, the schools has been too small, and then it was stuff kind of repurposed as a cafe. Pretty cool. Small, quaint place, a little bit filled up, but you can get kind of like the average stuff there pretty good. As you can see, it kind of looks like a school, right? A little bit of that school stuff remaining. Really cool stuff. And I got the chicken breast on mash and pepper sauce and like fried onion rings and then a little bit of ciabatta. Very fun stuff. Enjoyed that. Could have wished like a second breast would be kind of nice. Kind of expensive for just nothing, but it's a good meal anyways. What are you looking at? This guy was not having it. I just wanted to record some sheep, so I did. Okay. My little tiny adventure on the way back. I actually wanted to see like sort of a cave area. So I went and did that. I just straight up did that because who's going to stop me? Nobody. My own fear, of course. But I I think I had a little bit of stuff to say here. I don't think it's as cringe as before, but just so you know that I was actually there. A little bit of my voice. So there's no path here. There's just nothing. There's a little bit of a treadway, but otherwise there's just nothing there. So this is not a place that people go a lot. On the other side of that hill is the Giant's Causeway, by the way. Yeah, I got my shoes wet. Stepped in a little bit of mud. And it got on the defense. So there's like a million people on the other side, and nobody goes here, even though it's a way cooler place to be, in my opinion. So what you're looking at is like a little bay. I did check. The tide is at its lowest right now.
Tide isn't coming until 8 p.m. So we're good. But it's gonna go up from here on out. Ever so slightly.
That's true. I made sure to check the tides. They were at their lowest right now, and they were slowly gonna go up until high tide 8 p.m. I was not gonna linger here for too long to worry about it, but this cave that is on this side is actually only accessible during low tide. So it's one of those caves where, like, if you spend like a couple hours in there, the tide will come and will wash you away or something. I don't think it's that bad. I think you won't die. It's not like one of those caves where you... I don't think it's one of those caves where you instantly die if the tide comes, because you don't have to swim under anything. It's just kind of an opening in the side of the wall, but, you know. I want to respect stuff I don't know anything about.
Oh, this is a real adventure.
It's like... Here's the thing about, like, my... let me give you a rough idea of my risk assessment method. First of all, how much information have I acquired beforehand, and how much do I know? What do I know about the tides? The tides come and go. I didn't know on what cycle they were, like how long the cycle is, because I'm not very smart. Turns out, I think the cycle is like... A full cycle is like 15 hours or something. I just checked if there was a way to look at tides, and online there's apparently a thing where you just let it look at your location and gives you the tides timing for that roundabout area. So you can just check the tides, and you can also kind of tell by like the landscape, of course, how high the tide goes. So if the tide, if we go back a little bit, if the tide went any higher than these rocks, this grass would look way different, because that's like, that's just not how grass looks when it's like submerged like twice a day. It just dies down. It wouldn't look like the other grass. There would be a line. So I'm thinking that the tide probably stops here somewhere during the rocks. You can kind of see they're like differently colored, which could be meaning that they're like either sucking up water on this side, or this is just how high the tide goes at max. So it's like maybe like half a meter or something. But either way, I don't know. This is all just assumption on observing like what I can see. What I know with relative certainty is that a random site on the internet probably doesn't lie to me, and there is a low tide now, and there will be a high tide at 8 p.m., which is in like 8 hours. Now, what I also know is that I can infer of that duration being relatively long is that the tide will be very slowly rising, which means that even though a lot of people say, or like there's like things of people getting swept away and surprised by the tides or whatever, if I'm not staying for longer than like 5 minutes, I would be fine, because that's such a small time span. It's usually that people get out or get into a location where they know they have to go so far into a location that going back from the furthest point is taking long enough that there will be a difference in water level. So what people do is when they see like a giant beach and they want to go all the way out to the beach, and maybe the tide like forms around them and then like catches them off guard and like strands them, kind of like that. These kind of things happen. And with caves, obviously, if you go too far deep into a cave, there could be like a breaking point where a cave suddenly floods because the tide's coming in. But this is kind of like a flat entrance. You don't have to dive into anything.
Something in it's just an empty open world.
Empty open world.
Nothing in it.
Yep.
You already know.
You already know. There's nothing here. There's no treasure chest. There's no souvenir stand. It's just this kind of. There's like a dock here. I don't know if this was modern. I'm sure it was because it's kind of like a cement rock mixture. But this is a place that people go to. It's on Google Maps. You can see it. But I still wanted to see it because it's just so close. And it's kind of aesthetic as well. They got these cool rocks. The winds are quite strong. I'm keeping your volume down on purpose so I don't have to worry about that. But I can turn it up a little bit. Maybe my guy shuts up a little bit. But the wind doesn't shut up.
I mean,
What do you mean?
Gary, there's a cave over there.
Yeah.
I didn't think you can go up there. Achievement unlocked, I guess.
Achievement unlocked, yes. You can go to that cave, but you have to swim. If this is the lowest tide, you have to like swim around this. Or like, not swim, but wade around. Which is like, again, don't have the real gear. If I was like, if I had a swimsuit with me or something and towels, I would probably, I could try it, but this was a spontaneous thing. I wasn't really planning to doing that. But it turns out, I actually,
Kidding, I made it over here.
okay, this guy is an idiot, and how do you spin this again? I forgot. I forgot how you spun this. Oh, I can't rotate this here, I believe. I think in VLC I can spin this. I checked this before the stream, but I forgot again.
Just kidding, I made it over here.
Just kidding, he made it over here. Let me check. I think it was tools. No, it was not tools. It was video track, no zoom, aspect ratio. There was like something. Give me a second. I'll be with you in a little bit. Do I have to look it up again because I'm an idiot? Yes, I am. Okay. VLC rotate. Tools, effects, and filters. Okay. Let me get VLC up here. Tools, effects and filters, video effects, crop, no, advanced, essential, geometry, rotate, no, transform by 90 degrees, 180, 270. Very, very wild application though. It's a little much, but yeah. All right, so this is the very blurry video that I spent more than a minute than it lasts. I went over onto the right side. I wanted to climb a little bit. I just wanted to see the cave, but I couldn't. So I was down there and I just climbed all the way up here. A little bit of an extra cheeky climb. Again, unfortunately, can't turn off motion blur. What do you have to say, buddy?
The cave's over there.
The cave is over there.
But that's kind of a... You'd have to go into the water. And I don't really have the kind of equipment for that. Would be interesting though. That's the next quest. The next quest is
Drown in the cave. That's the next quest. All right. We love to see it. But yeah, that was kind of the other thing that I did. What did I do here? Is this an important video? This was just more goats. That was me failing to pet the goat. All right, let's get some pictures back up. And then we should be good. This is kind of what it looks from the enhanced location, I believe. It's just a very nice picture. I don't know. I like this. This is cool. It's almost postcard material. And this is from the top again. Just a very nice area. And this is back in Belfast. City Hall. More French toast. Bird variation. And I got Five Guys. Now, this is the part we've all been waiting for. What do I think about Five Guys? This is the important part. So, I have hinted on this dilemma when I on Twitter, as when you order, you got Five Guys in Ireland. It's Northern Ireland, which is technically the UK, which makes it okay again, because we all know the food in the UK is bad. Now, please level with, like, at least be somewhat understanding. It's a major city, which means you'll never get local food in a major city. All you get in the major city is every food that exists from every country, and it's gonna be a 6 out of 10. Even if you get authentic Irish food in the major city, it's still just gonna be a 6 out of 10. If you want local Irish food that is good, you need to go to the small places, and I wasn't in a small place. By the way, as I insinuated beforehand, Irish food is relatively simple. It's fish and steak, and I had so much meat already. This is more meat, of course, so it's not really. I'm not willing. And this again, it's Irish beef. At least they're saying it, and I do believe them because it's probably the cheapest thing to get when you're in Ireland. But aside from that, they might also be overseas patties, who knows? But not that you would really be able to tell the difference. But as long as there's meat, it's probably Irish food. In any case, I was just there, and I wanted something. I wanted to do something bad to myself, and it turns out it was really bad for me. That was the only day I actually felt like physically ill. Now, after trying to make excuses for myself, overall the food in Belfast was terrible. I didn't enjoy a single meal of it, I believe. There was one Filipino place that had like barbecue skewers that I liked, but that was about it. I didn't even find a lot of Irish places traditional, because there is something like, I think there is a little bit of a rivalry going on. They're like, almost Northern Ireland almost doesn't acknowledge that Ireland exists. It's weird. It's like sometimes it feels like they're trying so hard to be their own thing. When you already know you're just part of the UK, which makes it like you already lost. So like, don't try to fight a losing battle. There are Filipinos in Ireland. Yes and no. This is what I mean. And if you were going out at some point in your life, you would kind of understand that the hypothesis that I'm saying is probably kind of true. And no, obviously it's a kind of an asshole, but I also feel like it's kind of true. If you go to a major city, you get every type of food. You can get Italian, you can get Chinese, you can get all kinds of Asian food, you get American food, even if you're not in America. You can get every sort of like fast food place under the sun. And what you don't get usually is local food, because nobody gives a fuck. Tourists don't care. They just want everything. They want all of their foods. And of course, Indian. There's Indian food. Like, there were so many Indian places, even in Ireland, where you would say, this is a UK thing. But no, Ireland just serves you the exact same shit that all the UK does, plus a little bit of their own twist on it. But it's all every traditional Irish restaurant, no matter how far out you go into any kind of tiny village. Sometimes there is even that tiny place where I had that Irish stew, that really good Irish stew in that. And I asked the waitress, by the way. I'm going back to this because this is important to me. Because I want you to know that restaurants usually change their recipes, or like what they cook based on whatever the hell the people want, right? It's about the customer, what the customer wants. I shouldn't have done it like this. It's very stupid. A quick flashback. I forgot that this was in the early. Whatever, man. Get me back to the stew, just so you know. So you have this place, right? This place, the Irish stew, beautiful Irish stew. I'll go even back and go to Blarney Castle, and I'll show it to you on the map so you can see how small that place is. This is Blarney Castle, and this is kind of the surrounding area. And if you go to restaurants, there is a couple of them, but it's literally just one road and then a couple. And then there's just Cork is nearby, obviously, but this is like a small place, right? And this is the Muskery and bed. What was that? Was that the one? And bed and breakfast? Oh, what was that? What was that? No. It was also not Sal's Takeaway. Where did I eat? No, I think this is the one. Yeah, this is the one. I just want to see if it's on here. Yeah. Look at this recipe. And then, like, look what's on the menu. Chicken curry. They literally just have the curry on there. And the other stuff is, as I said, it's the Irish stew, ribeye steak, stir fry apparently, chef's pasta of the day. I don't know, really strange stuff. This one's a little weird, but and they obviously got the seafood chowder. That's kind of that's a common one that you always see, but I'm too scary to eat the seafood chowder. It would probably kill me. Did you have any of the Irish curry, Mr. Curry Lover? No, I did not, because it's obviously going to be the Indian style curry, because there's also a lot of Indian places. I asked the waitress why the chicken curry is on the menu, if that's a special of the chef, and it said no, it's just something that they put on because the people like it. So if you're telling me that the Irish curry is something entirely different now from the if it's anything like my mom makes, they put apples and raisins in the chicken curry. Are you like Irish? Is this what this is? I thought you just came here because you wanted to enjoy like my adventure. I should have known the fucking VTuber model. It's always the thing. It's so obvious. I'm American. I know. It's probably just whatever. Some parents of the past might have. I don't. I'm not even gonna go there. It's fine. I'm not the smartest guy sometimes, and sometimes I get things wrong. I assumed it was just Indian style curry. There is no. Can I get more pictures, please, dude? Google Maps on Google Maps on like not mobile is actually just awful. This isn't even the food. It's just kind of whatever. They have like a specific tab for the this is like a cream soup or whatever. Yeah, this place doesn't... Everyone gets the stew because it's the best part, of course. This is like... Okay, but this is just British, right? This is like Irish breakfast. You can't tell me that this is like Irish breakfast. It's like the exact same thing. It might be like, there's mushrooms on there. I don't think the British have mushrooms on there. And then that's still the bacon that's like always too pink and never really crispy. Not crispy enough to be tasty. They got like one... they call it rösti here. I don't know why this is on here. It's potato. The black pudding. That can't be a fowl. It's like that's what we call it. We call it rösti. It's not even ours. It's like it's Swiss. Why is there potato in the Irish breakfast? So no. I just thought they would actually, because sometimes they serve this thing, and sometimes they serve like pan-fried potatoes, right? That's also a part sometimes. But I'm not getting this for breakfast because crimes against the stomach. I don't think there's a curry on here, if I'm being honest. Is this? No, it's just more Irish stew. Got the steak here. Maybe the waitress just fucked with me. This is pancakes. This is not curry. Who knows what's on the curry? Who fucking knows? All right, but I guess I can check because we have the internet. Irish curry. Why am I looking at the I? I don't look at the II stuff. Sauce mix. Go to Ireland.com. Okay. Irish curry sauce. There's nothing typically Irish about curry. Defines its origin. Okay, whatever. Dublin snacks. Irish curry. How to eat. What are you talking about? Sweet notes and creamy texture. Mother's curry. Curry origin. What's this? What did you say? Did your mom do it? Apples and raisins. No fruit in here. No, apple. True. There is one apple peeled and diced. I'm not sure if that's in the Indian curry. I don't think they put fruits in there. No. No raisins, but you could put that in. So it's a little bit more sweet. Is what I'm getting, right? Or it's mostly just to counter some of the stronger stuff. I guess it would still be interesting. Okay. Honestly, you know what? It might sound stupid. Sweet and zero heat. I see. Okay. It might sound really, really stupid, but I had fries, right? I did show this picture before. This wasn't... They advertised this as like an Irish curry sauce, which I thought was just bullshit. It's just gonna be... It's probably something that's just out of like some industrial factory that just prints out a random curry sauce. But it has a flavor that I could not describe. It was pretty good. But that one was also spicy, so I have no idea. I guess I'll stand corrected. There's probably something like Irish curry, but I'll be completely honest. Curry is also a spice that comes from India. It has to be Indian to some degree. But if they put their own spin on it, I'm not against the idea. It's just that, okay, in this example, there was also a shit ton of like just Indian places in Ireland serving Indian curry. So that was what my original point was. You can get everything in a main capital, and the Irish actually borrow so much from the UK. There's Wetherspoons. Although the Wetherspoons are only in Northern Ireland, which makes sense. But like there is just straight up a bunch of Indian restaurants that just serve curry. And not even just curry, they also serve the whole thing, the butter chicken, the tikka masala, and if you're telling me now there's an Irish tikka masala, you know where I'm going with this. Anyways, if I'm there next time, I'll get an Irish curry. Although I tend to not like a sweet curry. that much. I'm not a huge fan of putting fruits where they don't belong. I like to keep savory and sweet a little bit apart. I don't believe in the science of balancing flavors, by the way. If you need to balance flavor, get a drink. Like, get a savory food and then get a sweet drink, or get a sour drink, or get a bitter drink. That's what I'm doing. I don't think that you need to make the sauce perfectly balanced by having like a little bit having a little bit of spice, and then have a little bit of fruit, and then put a little bit of lemon juice, and then maybe a little bit of vinegar to add a little bit of acidity. It's just whatever, man. Just give me everything. A lassi lover. Lassi. What is that? What is that again? I'm not looking it up, but you can explain it to me, because I'm stupid. I'm uneducated. I feel like it's on the tip of my tongue what it is, but just in this context, it just doesn't make any sense to me. It probably means something. All right, where were we? French toast. Five Guys. I didn't even rate Five Guys yet. That's the most important part. They'll kill me. Just kidding. I will look it up. Is there just one meaning? Oh, it's a drink. Oh, I see. Good contrast against the spicy food. I have not had that. I just had the Indian lemonade where they actually literally just put sulfur in it. They literally just kill you. That's insane, by the way. They just say, oh yeah, it's for taste. It's like, what the hell? Sulfur, you make like gunpowder from this in like a crafting game and then craft bullets. You don't put that in your lemonade. But it was a unique flavor. It still tastes like, it smells like rotten eggs. It's sulfur. It's still interesting. It's just like, I feel like the Indians are just fucking with me at that point. But apparently that's the thing. So, but yeah, might be that I haven't had this. I'm actually don't eat Indian a lot because, surprisingly enough, in Germany there isn't a lot of Indian food. I think the last Indian restaurant that I know in my city has actually closed down. There's a bunch of Indian restaurants, but not the one that I know of. Here's my excuse. I'm kind of a loner, and if you're on your own, you don't really go to restaurants. That I'm even doing this trip at all and like kind of going out of my comfort zone and even like trying different foods and stuff. That's very like new. Like I don't, and also it kind of depends on where you live. If you actually, I don't know how it is in your area. If it's a major city, you can get everything and try everything. I don't live in a major city that I can get everything. If I lived in Berlin, I could do that. But in my city, there's only kebab, pizza, Chinese, and that's it. Maybe some German restaurant if you're really lucky. And everything else you just basically have to make yourself. So there isn't really an option for me to just eat like more exotic foods unless I go like out basically. And I've had a bunch of stuff. I should have tried a seafood chowder at some point, but it's literally like I have to understand that I can get used to vegetables. As much as I hate vegetables, I could eat the soup, the Irish stew that's actually more of a soup that had like carrots and like leafy greens in them. I can stomach that. I can stomach that. I'm sort of temporary peace with vegetables. Like they still have to convince me that they're really good, but right now I can eat them. Fish, on the other hand, is just utterly repulsive to me. If it tastes too fishy, I'm out. Like, if it's cooked, fried, and it's like, you have like a fish in front of you, it doesn't even smell like fish, it's just like a nice white color, just like a salmon or something, I can eat that just fine, and it even tastes great, and I love it. But as soon as the more the fishiness goes up, the worse it gets. And I know I'm not alone on this, even though everyone and their mother loves sushi. There's also a lot of people that don't eat sushi. They're just very quiet because they're afraid they'll get killed. Because you're not about to say anything bad about sushi, but for me, it's inedible. It literally just, I can force it down, and it takes every inch of my strength and an entire bottle of sake to not throw up from eating salmon roll, from eating raw eel, from eating all the other kinds of pieces in between, even just a tuna roll or whatever. Then you put wasabi in it, which is just like, it adds this heat, which doesn't mask the flavor at all, but just annoys you in a different way. Sushi is a torture device, basically. But I understand that people like it. How about just unagi? Yeah, that's probably... That's not even as a joke killing you. That thing is really trying to kill you. It's like... It's spiky. It doesn't want to be eaten. Just let it live. No, that's urchin, right? Unagi is something else. Or is unagi? Unagi is the Japanese word for it, right? Sea urchin? No. What is unagi? Unagi is eel. I'm an idiot. Yeah. But unagi is just the eel, or is it grilled eel? No, unagi is the grilled eel. I could imagine that being good. It's barbecue grilled eel. I could imagine that being good. I have not tried it. I should have done that in Japan. Next time when I go, we'll make. I'm gonna make a more. I'm gonna make more of a itinerary for what I'm actually eating, because I was just enamored by curry. The cocoa curry just took over my life. And then that's just all I had, basically. Really stupid of me, but look, I'm a dumb guy. That's why I'm a VTuber. Do you expect anything else from a VTuber? At least I don't get stomach aches. I don't have to aches, actually, not eggs. I don't have to cancel stream because I ate something bad. I have my chair's upholstery is perfectly fine. It's not been rubbed down. I don't eat mold. So you gotta give me some credit at the very least. And I cook on stream sometimes. And it's not super elaborate, but it's not Koragi tier. That's what I'm saying. But we're getting there. We're getting there. We get to grow together. How about that? It's probably the most palatable sushi outside of like vegan roll. Just with just a cucumber. Right. Yeah. I don't know. That looks kind of good. Like a grilled eel on like a better rice probably goes hard. I like grilled fish. I made grilled salmon before. It's just with frozen salmon, it doesn't taste that good. It just tastes like nothing pretty much. But I did that and it was fine. Should have brought a lemon though. Do I have the grilled salmon? I think I do. Wait, let me fetch the grilled salmon. You might like imitation crab as well. Probably. There's just no point in eating where's my salmon? Did I post it on my server? I did not. The salmon is lost. I'm sorry. Unless there it is. No, that's chicken. No salmon. Okay, but believe me, I made one. Not very good though. All right, Five Guys. The burgers are mid. Nobody gives a shit about the burgers. I don't believe it, unless this was just a really bad joint. I'm assuming they're all the same, anyways. Bacon was kind of crispy, but not crispy, but more like overcooked, and then just kind of not that good. They package. I said I was eating at the place. They still put it in a box. I'm not sure if that's normal. That's not normal for Five Guys. They give you like a tray with fries usually, but they don't have trays in this location. Location issue. That has nothing to do with Five Guys in general. The proper Five Guys experience is probably a little better. Still, I'm assuming even if I get it in America or something, the burgers are probably going to be the same. They feel like an afterthought. Not really that interesting. But that's probably goes for every fast food burger. And the reviews that I've gotten is they're okay. People go there for the fries. Now, you go up to the counter. You see, do you want the Five Guys fries? Or do you want the Cajun fries? And this is an annoying choice to make. Because obviously the right choice is you take the Cajun fries because they have like flavors on them. The Five Guys fries are just regular fries that barely have anything on them. So I got the Five Guys fries, as you can see, because there's no seasoning on it. There's salt on it, don't worry, and I could have put more salt on it, but that was the experience. The fries were okay. They're saying like they're cooking them in that specific Five Guys peanut oil or whatever, and it's like, I don't taste that. Like the oil stuff is like, I've been cooking with olive oil for a long time, and even if I switch to like some different oils and stuff, I usually don't really taste it. There's a slight difference, but it really doesn't matter. The fries are good. The downside is I'm old. So eating a bunch of fries is actually not that good for me. It actually feels like, no, this is not a good idea. The older you get, the more you come to appreciate the small portion sizes, but you wished that also the prices wouldn't go up and I'd have to pay like $25 for a fast food place. But that's a topic for another day. In my conclusion, if someone told me, do you want to go Five Guys? I say yes, but hold the burger. I'll just get a bag of like fries, Cajun fries, and I just sit there and munch on the fries because that's all I need. I'm not getting a burger at Five Guys anymore. Unless someone is telling me that the guys at this Five Guys joint is like the best, they make like the best burgers ever. Which I still won't believe them because I make the best burgers ever. Anyways, that was my Five Guys experience. The most important part for Americans is how I see their fast food. At least that's what you believe. They have like some lemonade that's kind of nice here, but it's like whatever. Another train. Now what could that mean? We're going to Hollywood. Just kidding. We're going to no ball games. Just kidding. We're going to a farm. That's my last day. My last day at Belfast, and I had no idea what to do. It was actually a day where I already had to check out. And towards the night, I had to, at like 22 p.m. or something, I had to take a bus from Belfast back to Dublin and then spend overnight at the Dublin airport and then take the first plane like at 5 a.m. back to my place. So I had some time to kill. So I went out to a farm. This is more of a family style farm. So it's sort of like made for the kids and stuff. They got like a petting zoo and stuff. But that, it really, it appeased my inner child. I love that. So I made a bunch of videos. I fed them and there's like a couple of things where you can see they're kind of eating the stuff. I'm a sucker for this stuff. You might call me a beta cuck, but I love petting animals. I just a huge fan. Because I'm not used to this. This is an alpaca, I believe. He does not care for me at all, by the way. He just wanted the food. He didn't even stick around. He actually, as soon as he was done, he was just like taking his head back. But he was enjoying the fruits of no labor. It was just kind of, but while they were eating, you could kind of like pet them up and down. They're obviously domesticated and used to people because this is like, you know, basically a petting zoo there. They're just not really a petting zoo. It's like a whole farm, but they allow like, they sell you food at the front and then you can like kind of feed them if you want to. Very cool stuff. They got some, what's this? Pair of alpacas. They got some mini goats. I don't know what they're called, but they're very curious. They're very eager. So I reached over so they didn't have to do athletic stuff to munch. They also didn't eat much, so they just kind of enjoyed a little bit. Wanted to pet them without the food, but that's obviously not possible. Touching their horns and stuff is really fun, and they're just giving them a good scritch is always nice. They're obviously also very calm. because they're used to that. So it's just a nice and comfy experience feeding the boys. Definitely wanted to get a good touch of their horns. Very cool sensation. As someone who doesn't, I'm not sure if this is how you can tell I'm a city guy, because I've never really visited a farm before or even know a lot of people. I know like one person. It's the brother of my ex-girlfriend who does own a farm, but we never went to like tour the place and like touch the animals or anything like that. So I only went there once during like a birthday party, and it was absolute chaos because they also have like 5 children or something. Interesting family. Not really my vibe, but animals are cool. But yeah, we didn't get to pet any of them. But yeah, there were like moose, reindeer. This is like reindeers and stuff. They got fluffy. They got fluffy. They got fluff on their horns. Very cool stuff. I didn't want to kind of get my hands on them, but these are a little bit more. They got more temperament. They, if you don't feed them constantly, they'll get a little mad and start like punting stuff. So just have to be a little bit careful. Always bring the offerings, otherwise you'll anger the gods. You also don't really have a lot of food because these are like giant beasts. I wanted to feed the small one, but the big one's just overpowering. And then I kind of like tried to sneak it past by just...
You're gonna kick out the big one. Quick. Quick, eat this. No. Alpha prevails.
Yeah, I did really have...
Cool. Now my hand is all slopped up. Here, you can... Okay, sorry.
Now my hand was all slobbered up. The most... I put some dust on the ground, but it was clearly caught immediately. Small bags would have needed more food to appease everyone, but that was fun. And there we got it. This is probably... I do remember, I have a faint childhood memory of interacting with horses, but this is my first official new generation post-time skip hero horse interaction. And you can tell that horse does not give a shit about me. But you can't touch the nose. It's just like you think it would. You can tell I'm having a lot of fun. They're just making a mess. And then when you want to touch him, he goes like, nah, you know what? I'm not all about that. I could do a little bit of scritching. Ah, that feels so good. I need to touch more horses. But yeah, he was already... he was already not feeling the touch. If I haven't got more food, then there's just nothing.
All right.
The IRL Musume.
We'll drop it on your side. Come on.
So what I'm saying is the food to service ratio of this horse was relatively low. I used my entire bag on this horse to try to get it to at least warm up a little bit to me, but all I could get is the slobbering. A little bit of nose pinching, but otherwise he...
You only want the food, but no touches? Alright, whatever, man.
I should have actually should have fed the other horse, because that one was a smaller one, and I think that one was way more amenable to touches. So, but yeah, I got to feed a horse. Ain't that nice? We also got some sheep. He was just vibing. I don't think this guy let me touch him. Or did he?
No.
But these guys loved it. I've spent a lot of time on this particular pen. There was just a bunch of sheep. I felt like they were a little bit overburdening. Oh, but you can really go in there. They loved it. Kinda. They're still looking for food, but they're kind of accepting that pets are part of it. And then he was kind of like looking for stuff, looking for grass. And I could like get my claws in there. Looks like petting a cat. I know that you can be way rougher. I mean, you can be rough with cats too, but like they're the same build. Like they got ears. They probably like scritches behind their ears because they're even worse at like scratching their face than cats are. So I'm assuming face and hand type of pet. Oh, you mean the beginning one? So this is like the back part's always nice. I think that's what they kind of like. And then just kind of like going a little bit in there. And then this one is usually cats don't like that. As far as I know, cats don't really fuck with that. This one, they like the scritches on the like if you just scritch, then it's fine. But if you like cup the hand around, they usually like back away. At least the cats that I interacted with. And then I was just trying to like find my bearings, but that was just kind of it. Bunch of cocks, that's pretty fun, and even a peacock, evolved one. Pretty exotic animals overall. They got some turkeys. Those are like some mini turkeys. They're kind of nice. They're pretty chill. They don't really care for me being there. And then they had these chickens that had like afros. That was really funny. They have like, I don't know what these are. They're like a funny breed of chicken. They're just kind of having fun. Yeah, you can't really see it, but they have like, this one's kind of normal, but these ones, the black ones, they have kind of like an afro almost. Really cool stuff. But yeah, oh, this is a cool shot. I actually got a good picture, like holding the phone or like peeking the phone through the gate and then through the fence and then like just snapping a pic. That's Billy the goat. No, that's a billy goat. That's an actual race. They are very small, and he looks like he's very mischievous, and he is. He bonked the fence a couple times because I didn't give him any food because I didn't have any. I only had a little bit, but he looks very pretty. I love him. He's great. And that's a reindeer close up, just an old guy from before. He's literally me. He's the goat. That's you. That's oomph. Yeah, that's really good. And then the reindeers are hanging out together. That's, what are you guys again? I forgot your name. Not marmots. Marmots is something else. Also not marsupials. What are you guys? Meerkats. They're pretty cool. Apparently, you're not supposed to reach in because they'll bite you. They look like they bite, so they're very silly animals. They're very, very silly animals. And a big ass fluffy bunny, of course, can't be missing in any petting zoo. That's a big chunker. Those are some of the goats. I went back to them, and they're actually quite nice. They don't even want food. They sometimes just like to hang out a little bit. That's the horse again. The horse that bit my ass, that doesn't actually like me. Also not a full-size horse, just a pony. Oh, we get more. Do we get more fluffing? That's the big sheep. That's like the. That's when this is the aftermath of like a family like dropping a bunch of food. So I get in there once the family is out to kind of like to reap the benefits. They were kind of reluctant at first, but I think I'm not sure if I can. Yep, and I just want to go fully in there, enjoy the fur there. They were kind of swarming me, but they were kind of apprehensive. But I still got like a couple of good pets in. The hand searches for fluffiness, and that's the money shot that I got. They were eventually having a lot of fun with me. I should shave, but I'm not shaving before the con rolls around because I need to be clean for that. But yeah, that's the last day of my trip. a very cool like impromptu farm trip. I literally just Googled like horses Belfast to see if there was any like horse places, and there's a couple equestrian centers, but it's all just riding lessons. I couldn't really care less about riding lessons. I just want to like spend like some time with a horse. They can leave it on leash. I can just like watch it maybe, or maybe feel a little bit, but I don't really need the whole riding thing. It's fine that I just like kind of watch. I guess that's kind of more of a thing because I know the only reason why I see horse content on Twitter is because people watch like go to these farms where the racehorses are held, and those don't really. You obviously can't ride a racehorse. Like they don't let you do that because that horse is worth like millions. They literally just let you look at it, and you're not even allowed to take pictures and stuff because that's like because of the competition, right? If you snap a picture of Goldship feeling like kind of down, like looking a little lean there, and then you like you take the picture to your to like the other people and say like, oh yeah, we can bet against Goldship now. He looks like he's not really up for it anymore. You could like it would be kind of cheating basically. But normally these farms just offer different services because nobody just wants to go there and pet horses. But there is one thing that a couple of places in Germany do, and that is therapy horses. I'm not sure if that's a thing anywhere else. It might be. It's probably not a German only thing, but they offer like sessions with horses for people that have like anxiety issues and stuff, because horses are, at least if you get like a really calm one, they're all kind of calm. They kind of have this aura, right? Where they're just kind of, they're just a relaxed animal. They're a big, giant... Oh, that's not what I wanted. I wanted to play the music. They're just calming to be around. Once they're not biting your ass or anything like that. So apparently people just offer this, where you can just go there and then just spend some time with the horse. I don't need it for mental health reasons. I just need to pet a horse. Maybe we can arrange something that I just pay the price and just let me be there and just like enjoy the horse. I'm not a picky guy. Also, my bus stop at the middle of the road at like, there's just literally nothing here. And that's just kind of what I gotten used to in Ireland. Like they just don't have the funds to put like a bus stop everywhere. So it's literally just like a pole with like a sign on it. If there's even a sign. Oh yeah. A cool lady playing some music. We love dance music. I don't know what this was. This is kind of a repurposed train station, I think, or like a tram station or whatever, where they just put a bunch of shops and like food stalls in, and then there's just music playing. There's a bar, and there's like a shop selling shirts. There's a shop selling hats. It's just like a pop-up event. And this was the Filipino barbecue skewers. It's just barbecue skewers. They have like a sort of like unique flavor to them, but it's just skewers. It's good, but And that's it. That's the end of my trip. Was there anything else? I think that was everything, right? Did I have something in the walkies folder still? Oh yeah. I made a big ass long Belfast walkies, but not long. It's about 44 minutes, so maybe we can use this at the very end to just kind of. There's nothing here, by the way, but it maybe kind of gives me the rest of this time to just kind of let it fade out a little bit, and sum up my thoughts, because that's what I need to do. I mostly was doing the play-by-play commentary because I had a lot to talk about. This time I actually did prepare, or like did try to do more, and in return I also have a little bit more to say. Was it interesting what I've done? Well, that's up to you really, because I think that most of the stuff that I did was a little bit mundane, and it had like that feeling of I don't really know what I'm doing. But I'm sort of thinking maybe this is just what traveling is. Most places, they just aren't that special. Sure, in the videos and in the reviews and everything, it's also great and cool, but either I'm just really bad at traveling still, which could be totally a possibility and it's probably a part of it, or maybe it's just that even the coolest places in the world are just kind of places where you just go and then you're just there. The more I watch about like traveling and traveling to other countries and stuff, and especially, you know, now that I have the frame of reference for Japan and like looking into more what can you do in Japan, there is a lot of cool places there, but it is relatively. Oh, by the way, Indian. Okay, this is Belfast. There's gonna be a couple of Indian restaurants here. It's fine. I expect that. That's like not a point. But again, probably one of these Indian places is actually really good, but I didn't want to try to figure out which one it is because it's like the other one might give me like a bad stomach bug or something. Obviously, I want to keep traveling because as long as I do have the money for it and it's not too expensive, I do want to try to enjoy more of the countries. And I live in Europe. It's like one of the best places to just go traveling and see a bunch of different places because there's so many different places. I can still go to the Mediterranean areas, Spain, and stuff like that. My mother is from Portugal. She loves Portugal. She was born in Lisbon. I have lived the first 3 years of my life in Portugal. I don't remember a single thing from it. I kind of want to go back and see what it's like. I'll not remember anything, but it's cool to see that this is where my mom grew up or something. Not that I really care about where my mom grew up, but Portugal is also just kind of a nice place. Greece, obviously. Italy, obviously. Very popular tourist places. Maybe not during the tourist place like times. Maybe actually just going in November or something like that, where it's not that populated and actually get to see some stuff. Also a lot easier to find cool places because it's a lot more downloaded as a tourist area. Ireland is too, but also it's still like very... You can find a lot of stuff that not a lot of people go to. So I think overall this was a success. I gained a lot of experience. I actually, this week, because I've been to work for a week already, I felt way more relaxed than before. I understand now that a vacation to fully like log out, even though I wasn't fully logged out because I still like recorded videos and stuff, but it's a minor thing. Most of the time I was just kind of, that's why a lot of the stuff is not documented what I've done. Like I skimmed over a couple of days and a couple of days I haven't mentioned at all because it's just stuff where I was just relaxing, walking around, looking at stuff, not really interacting with much, just letting it happen, right? And that's feel good. It's not like I'm the most busy person in the world, so it's not like I need the vacation. My work is comfortable, my streaming is comfortable, but I've definitely noticed that all that mental pressure that I've put myself on when it comes to streaming and other things, and just this whole like the constant feedback loop of my own mind has started to wear me down a little bit. And I needed a way to like kind of escape that a little bit. And for 2 weeks, I didn't think about streaming. I didn't think about like schedules. I didn't think about like cultivating or like trying to like further my life because I need to continue working on my game. I need to like do something. I need to like make my existence known or whatever. Because I usually have these desires. It's just I was on vacation in a foreign country. There's literally nothing I can do. I didn't bring a laptop. I couldn't do productivity stuff. The only thing I can do is just sit back and relax. And that's what I did. And I think it worked quite well. So I'm definitely someone who can enjoy travel like this. And I think the bottom line is that this was a way better decision than going to Offkai, because Offkai, unfortunately, reminds me of my daily life. It reminds me of the fact that I'm not a very good streamer. It reminds me of the fact that I don't really have that many friends to hang out with. It reminds me of like many other things. And I'm also in the shithole. And the only reason why I'm there is to like interact with VTubers. But turns out the VTubers don't really care about interacting with me that much. And that's kind of the only reason why I didn't go. Because like if I had like people that I could share like a place with, that I could interact with and stuff like that, that would be good. And it's like, hey, you could just reach out to VTubers. Yeah, I can. I can just DM random VTubers at Offkai if they want to hang out or if they want to chat. And then maybe they say yes, and then I go over and I say hi, and that's the end of it. Because realistically, there is a couple of people who know my name, and if I tell them, or like if I DM them, it's like, oh hey, it's Kaiser. Yeah, sure. I'm kind of busy right now, so I don't really got that much time. But you know, cool that you're here, by the way. That's how it would end, because I'm not in the mind of anyone else at Offkai. Like realistically, I'm just a nuisance in that case. And this might sound like incredibly biased, and it's like, no, it's not like that. People always pretty would like to like, you know, hang out with you and stuff like that. But I was there. I did this exact thing last year, and I even tried to reach out to VTubers, but it was confirmed for me that I'm not the only one who has this problem, because we literally had Pippa almost crying about this shit. Because there's people who go to FaceCon and then they're literally alone. They have nobody to hang out with, and they don't know what to do, and they're afraid to reach out to people because they just feel like they're just in the way, and everyone else is having so much fun because people go with their friends and their groups and they're having an infinite amount of fun, and then you just sit there on the sidelines and do nothing. And she acknowledged that, and she thinks that sucks because that also happened to her at some point. And that happened to me as well at Offkai. And like, no VTuber shed tears for me because, you know, the problem is that that's a wholesome story as a VTuber viewer, that the VTuber tries to, you know, encourage their viewers to like kiss each other and stuff like that. But as a VTuber myself, that's just pathetic. Like, there's just no way around it, right? And of course, there's always like room for improvement, and it's not like it has ruined my life or anything like that. But for the little time that I spent on my own at Offkai, it was a pretty big. It was mental stress. It was a compounding. It's a memory that is now stuck with me for the unforeseeable future. Just simply because it was a negative reinforcement of what I already assume about myself, and it actually proved it correct, which is really bad. You shouldn't find a way to reinforce your negative bias towards you. Of course, if I go to Offkai without anyone knowing, is that I won't like hang out with anyone. I still had a great time. It's like I hung out with a couple of VTubers for a little bit. That was not the problem. I saw VTubers, I talked to them, I did a couple of meet and greets and stuff like that. So that was not it, but it didn't felt complete. So there's no reason to return to Offkai until there's like a complete experience planned. And so far there isn't. So I decided I need a backup plan, and this backup plan was a good idea. Now, would I go back to Ireland? Probably not. A return trip to a country is really only warranted if you feel like there's way more to explore. all was so good that you couldn't possibly imagine it being better anywhere else. But it's not really about being better. I think traveling for me is to see new things. And if I go to Ireland again, it is not as new anymore. Ever so slightly. I know the airports, I know kind of the big cities. So sure, you can always go to new places and like explore there. But if you want a complete novel experience, you have to go to a different place. And I think this is my goal for now, is with traveling once. Oh, like for one, I would love to go to conventions more and find a place in this community. That is still an overarching goal, but this is a goal that is mentally taxing. This is like this is a debuff for me. I have to put in physical and mental energy into keeping myself together in order to enjoy that. And then on the other hand, I would like to use a couple of the rest of my vacation days to kind of like keep traveling and stuff and enjoying that thing. So overall, I think this was a success. It was, however, expensive. It was actually very expensive. The problem is, with this date in particular, this is the middle of the vacation season. End of July is like the best or like the most popular time to book a vacation. So all accommodation is basically double the price than it usually would be. And considering I traveled from so many different places, and also for like 2 weeks, really expensive. In the future, I'd like to figure out a way to not spend as much money, which means flying out of season. Late autumn is always the best. September, October, that's like kind of the sweet spot. And if you go to like hotter places or warmer places, then even like November would be ideal. That's where the prices are lowest. November and February usually. You get really good deals. You have peace and quiet. Just that the weather might just be shitty. I covered the camera here because this was a Victoria's Secret that I just pointed my camera at, which is really funny. Not that I needed to censor it, but it's like it's a funny joke that nobody would know because you guys are just listening to me and not watching the video. Just kidding, of course. I know you're all paying attention. You would never put me on your second monitor. What is my overall verdict on Ireland? Question that nobody actually asked. It feels in a couple of ways some of the ways in which they do pastime activities, especially like the live music stuff, is super fun. That would like increase my enjoyment of like going outside a little bit more. So this has definitely increased my desire to check out some of the music, the live music places that we have in my city, and maybe even find some places to like hang out and stuff. You're on 2 screens for me, main monitor and phone for chat. You're like a professional viewer. That's insane. Okay, that's too much attention. Now I need you to maybe at least don't put me in full screen. Maybe like chat with someone on Discord on the side or something, because that's too much. At least you're not having me on your TV or something. That's like isn't there like I think that's only on YouTube where you can see like from where people are actually watching or what device people are using to watch. Although no, I think Twitch has it as well. Let me check. And beaming your stream directly into my brain by Neuralink? Hell yeah. Dude, if I didn't, if I just, like, if I had like an ASMR mic just hooked up and ready to go, that would go. ASMR directly into your brain? Whew, that would go hard. All right, analytics. Do we have analytics? Nothing to see here. Are you kidding me? Oh no, that's moderation. Analytics. Overview. Is there like a thing where you can check research? Dude, I hate Twitch's like today would be a good day to start streaming. What? I'm live right now. Ah, get out of my face. I also stopped the video. I'm sorry. Yeah, about audio continue. That's because I'm playing it through Media Player. I'm not sure why I don't have VLC open. It doesn't like being in the background, so it just pauses when it's not focused. Oh yeah, Belfast is also not super interesting, but anyway, this is like the central city. It's not terrible. It's also not good. There's a couple of cool places in a little bit, and I'm also walking through that other place, that noisy place that I was there. That's where I ended my walkies video and just spent some time relaxing, I believe. So this is actually not a terrible. This is probably the best walkies video, despite the fact Belfast is probably the most decrepit city of that. Dublin is kind of just as bad, but when I record these videos, I don't really plan a route. I just kind of go and have like a general direction of where I want to go, but sometimes they end up good, sometimes they end up bad, but I'd like to at least, you know, explore a little bit. But as you can see, the bars are thriving here as well. A lot of people outside, and there's more bars we're going past, so it's going to be quite interesting. Where was I? I guess we can just start a new tangent. Do we talk about Ireland still, or are we done with this? Because I think I pretty much said everything there is to say. It was just a kind of normal vacation. And oh yeah, what I really a final verdict on Ireland. I like the bars, I like the live music. I would like to engage more on that. Food, it's good. Just if you like steak, I guess the good thing is that steak's actually affordable, kind of. It's not super expensive. Like usually everything with like steak is like double the price, but sometimes you can get actually pretty cheap cuts here. I mean, the sirloins, they usually just have the sirloin on it, which is a expensive-ish cut. Not super expensive, but it's kind of up there. It's gonna be always a premium. And I guess if you really like fish, you'll also be able to enjoy a lot of stuff. But other than that, yeah, for visiting, it's good. But definitely, it would be more effective with a car for sure. Because if you were in a car, you could just drive along the coast. That's where all the magic happens. And there's a lot of cool places in between the big cities, but you just can't go there unless you have a car. So Ireland's definitely a car country for exploring. That's the unfortunate truth with a lot of vacation stuff. If you want to like not just go for the more mainstream stuff, you'd need a car. Would you consider cycling through the Irish countryside? No. Couple of reasons for that. Ireland is a lot bigger than one thinks. You can't just go from like if it's about like if it's like doing round trips where you go to one location and then plan a tour from that location in like a round trip for like a day trip or something. I could imagine doing that, but that would scarcely be better than just taking a bus. I'm meaning like actually planning like a whole road trip type thing. You can do that with a bicycle, but it's also pretty damn far. So you'd have to actually like it's a city, like an island is a country. You can't just go from one side to the other with a bus in like 3 to 5 hours. But that also means that cycling would take like 2 days or something. I don't know. I don't know how bad it would be. Honestly, if I was in better shape, I could imagine that. But the problem is, Ireland's also pretty hilly, lots of inclines. It's gonna destroy your legs for sure. If it with an e-bike, I would consider it. E-bikes are like but that's basically a life hack. You don't actually cycle. I'm an idiot who bought a regular bicycle because I think e-bikes are for pussies, but they're not. They're just for more convenient travel, of course. Going through the countryside on an e-bike, at least I was on the island and I rented an e-bike. That was so much fun. It felt so good. Like, it was such a cool way of just like breezing past everything and just making a lot of room. And I think on that island, I actually did traverse like at least 20 kilometers. So that's not bad. You could get, if you'd like go hard, you can probably do that. If you had like a fully equipped e-bike, maybe even with a solar panel to charge or whatever. Although, you know, charging is kind of the problem. You can't just charge it out in the wilderness. And we're stuck with like a brick that you have to, unfortunately, cycle normally then. But I think e-bikes are actually pretty performant. If you don't go like full power on them, you can actually use them for a while. But yeah, regular bicycle, you'd need some serious stamina for that, I think. Otherwise, it's still possible, but it's more of a athletic challenge than it is a relaxing vacation. And it would turn really quickly into that. But I have a lot of people recommend me, why don't you just go cycling? And it's like, I'm weak. I love cycling, but I'm actually kind of weak because I'm too lazy to exercise. Sorry. Maybe next time. Also, people are quick to recommend cycling, but they'll never get their ass on a bicycle. I think we talked a little bit. I do know that you used to cycle and maybe even still do. I should definitely do it more, but I'm starting with squats again. I'm doing more dancing, like DDR stuff, and I have to, but I'm just so not into it. It's horrible how little I'm into it, but you know, that's just what it is. But then again, there's also a lot of other places you can probably have a lot of fun with. The Netherlands are also really good for cycling. They have a lot of good cycling infrastructure. I could imagine doing that, although that's a little bit lamer. But the Netherlands aren't a terrible country. They got a couple of cute places, but I guess it's a little bit too similar to Germany. Wouldn't be much of a vacation for me. But you know, if it's just for cycling, I could cycle over to Amsterdam. Maybe that would be like a good goal. Let me check how far that is. I think it should be about 400 or 500 kilometers, I think. All right, let me check. Can I make a route, please? Route Amsterdam. It is 388 kilometers, which is 20 hours by bicycle, which is an insane pace, by the way. I would probably break this up into like 3 days at the very least, but there will be almost no elevation for it. The problem is, though, finding a proper route for it. But you can get like pretty good stuff. Oh, I paused the video again. I'm an idiot. me when I'm. But here, you hear the music, right? This is Belfast even, like, but they're still like playing the music, and the bars are still open and stuff. It's actually really cool. I like that. You would never hear music in my city except for like the clubs like blasting the noise pollution everywhere. Let's show some. Some proper enjoyable jams. I do like that they have TK Max, which is also something we have. Oh, hey, huge bike. Yeah, the pedal bitches. I actually saw them riding that thing the other day. They were like a bunch of... they were really loud, and they were like chanting and stuff. It's really cool. I went on one in Hawaii for a beer tour. I think there is one... there's like one of these bicycles where they actually do pour out beer and stuff. I'll be honest, I just hate doing stuff, group stuff. It feels so icky to me. I don't know. It's like, I'm not sure if you're supposed to bring like the entire group, like not for the bikes in general, but also like a lot of these stuff that like means that you have to do like, or like you are in like smaller groups that do one activity. That isn't just like looking at a tourist attraction. Doing that on your own is kind of like, yeah, hi, I just signed up for this. I'm on my own, by the way. I have no friends, so I just did this. Hi. I don't know. It's a little much for me. I also don't really care about stuff like that. It's just, I don't know. But I guess a beer tour is okay. I don't know. Hawaii isn't like, as far as I know, and this is the problem, is the only real review of Hawaii is from a guy that lives there. And unfortunately, as the law of the universe of the modern society dictates, every place that you live is a shithole. So Hawaii is a shithole. And I think it actually is really because it was like, that country has taken like a beating. Like, it's been abused by like tourism by being literally the most popular tourist destination ever. Oh yeah, that's the one. I'm not sure if that's actually mobile or if that's just there, but I think they are actually riding. But yeah, this is the kind of thing you were talking about, right? I'm not sure if that's at all, but they're just sitting there and they're having a drink, and they're probably at some point gonna keep riding, I guess. But yeah, that's kind of sharing a wee toast. They're actually drinking on the bike. Maybe it's a stationary bike. Maybe it's just they set up shop and they're not actually biking. But they have a bar on the bike, so you can just stop and drink. But I don't know. That's kind of interesting. I like this like kind of back alley bar that I found here. I just went down like a really creepy path, and then I just ended up at a place where they're drinking, which I guess is not too uncommon, but it's good to see. Lovely day for a Guinness. Yeah. Would have shown this sick-ass cyberpunk-esque mural, but we also got cyberpunk-esque homeless, like, sleeping on there, and I don't feel comfortable pointing the camera on them, so... also, I've seen Hawaii. I've played Yakuza Infinite Wealth, like a dragon, Infinite Wealth. I know exactly what Hawaii looks like, because I'm pretty sure they, at least for Honolulu, they did like a one-to-one, like... blueprint of it. So aside from the wacky mini games, of which there are probably still some, it's probably quite accurate. I do know why I got the mafias. That's not made up in like in Yakuza. It's a little bit exaggerated, but I think you're still not supposed to get into any taxi in Hawaii. I mean, you shouldn't get into any taxi, period, in any place. Taxis get a better rep. Is there any place in the world where taxis actually kind of like goated? Or they're all just scams and waiting to harvest your organs? They're not bad here, but they're also pretty expensive. They're normal here. I don't think you have to be afraid of anything. But I do think the aggressive taxi peddlers at airports and stuff, they're really scary. They look very, very intimidating, and they're very aggressive in their marketing. I had that even like in Amsterdam and stuff. There's like stuff like that. Come here, taxi, taxi, taxi. Very annoying too. They do the same thing with bus rides in New York and even here in Dublin. Just leave me alone. So this is kind of a sleazy alley. Got like casinos and stuff like that. I don't know where I'm going with this particular place. I'm just kind of like trying to path around and try to find a way to go. More live music though in the side alleys. I think I'm just going around the main streets and stuff like that. Nothing too important around here. And then I just go down the main path. I'm trying to figure out where to go here. But I just go around the main station. And then I believe the last 3 minutes we can just play out. After all of this, there just came the flight back. That was a little bit annoying. I had an overnight stay in Dublin airport, so I slept on the airport. Wasn't actually that hard. Was actually quite possible. I made myself into a pretzel and got one onto these couches that just easily as the easiest to describe is that you just call them like anti-homeless benches, which you don't really need at an airport, but you know, it just still feels super uncomfortable. I guess they just want people to sleep there. I don't know why. You can't just make them comfortable. You can't just put like a bunch of beds there. It's not gonna kill you. Like it just helps that like, oh, that's actually a person crashing out. I didn't even see that. I hope she's okay. I literally did not see that. That was well, just a little drunk, I suppose. And this is kind of the... I don't even know what this is. This is like a old parking lot at the top there. It's like a parking lot, but it also has like I think it's like an old bus station actually, because they have like a lot of bus station. Because the new bus station is just across the... yeah, this is a bus station. Yeah, because they have bus stations like train stations basically, because they don't have trains. So there's just a big waiting room and stuff like that. And this makes total sense for like what this looks like and the vicinity of it. Makes sense. So they turned this old bus station into like sort of a hangout spot, I guess. They had some pretty compelling street food offerings here. I think I check them out here. They got like a katsu. They got the katsu stand where a couple of white guys are just preparing katsu curry. And they know the katsu stuff. And then there's like burritos. And there's like a chicken place. And there's like a burger place. It smelled really good. But it also smells like it probably gives you something. Something for the road. And I did not want something for the road. I don't know why I was so apprehensive about it, but I also really wanted to check out the Filipino place. So that was my second meal for the day as well. So I was already kind of over budget. Damn, the shaking gets pretty bad, huh? What I also learned is grabbing a pint and just sitting down and relaxing. Usually there's way too much music, so it's just kind of loud. Oh, do I flash my face at the end there? That looks like a dangerous spot. I do not. And that is pretty much everything. And now...
That's the smile of a man who just got a...
That's the smile of a man who just got... What? Conan O'Brien. Would you like to not do that? Okay. And then there's some pictures on the way back. This is, by the way, the reason why I like mountains so much. This is my state in Germany. It couldn't be flatter if it tried. This is literally the bratty emoto of Germany. Like, it's so flat. It's all just agriculture. It's just nothing for, like, you can just look straight to the horizon for like hundreds of kilometers. And then I think there's something in the back, but that's probably clouds. That's the last picture. All right, let's pick something more. What do we do here? Let's pick one of the best pictures. Bro described some land as bratty emoto. Come on. You gotta give me some credit for that. So I had a great time. I can't really complain anymore. I can't be all Menhera because my life sucks when I just literally have to go out and make my life comfortable for myself and just go out and use my privilege of having a good job to enjoying life. I still have a lot of thoughts, a lot of negative thoughts too. I always have, you know me. And there might even be an interesting special final, not special stream, not final, but a stream next week, but not to promise too much. I wanted to do a little bit of a summer special, but I haven't really figured out what I wanted to do. Now I know what I wanted to do, but it just depends on whether or not I can do it, because the week after that, I'll be flying again to New York for Anime NYC. I probably won't record anything there because we've done that last year, so I'm probably just gonna focus on enjoying it. And we'll just return as before, and I'll try to... I'm currently in the process of putting more energy into my streams. Trying to do more supplemental assets, trying to figure out where I wanted to go with my content, try to, like, you know, doing all kinds of stuff. But I guess you will see or you won't see it. I don't know. I'm trying to keep myself occupied so the negative thoughts don't come flowing through. But I'm pretty sure I can find something negative to talk about if I wanted to. And maybe there's even an appropriate spot for it. But for today, I can already feel my voice leaving my body. This was the Island Adventure. 5 hours, huh? That's a rare long stream. I enjoyed it. I had a lot of fun. I had a lot to say. Not a lot of it was super interesting, but I think it was mildly interesting at the very least. And if you like to hear me talk, then this is the perfect way. I think it is still evident that I'm an amateur traveler. I didn't have the greatest stories of like epic adventures. They were just kind of like normal adventures. But if I had to say, it was more of a personal win than the than like a content win, I guess. I'll have to go back through the watch. Let me guess. You fell asleep? Again? It's caught. It's all right. It's early for you. You can sleep as much as you want. If there's one thing I'll never be mad for anyone, it's when they sleep, because that definitely means they need it. Especially if they have something planned and still sleep. In any case, I will follow your example and also get some rest. That's one thing I actually liked in Ireland. I could get a good night's rest every single day. Also pretty good. Tomorrow, I planned a Star Stable stream because I really wanted to try out the horse game. But we will not be doing that. Instead, we will be doing a baking stream. And I won't even be doing that by myself, but I will invite I wouldn't call them a good friend, but for now they're a friend. Someone that I still have to get used to, or like get to know a little better. The baker VTuber Salty. Just a guy who bakes a lot and is very proficient in it. And I thought, wait, why don't I enlist the help of this guy to help me like dip my feet into the dough? No, to like get into baking a little bit. We'll start with something relatively simple. I'll do a little bit of a post for that, and we'll be at the same time as the stream was usually planned, 9 p.m. I'm gonna try to make this my prime streaming time, because that's when I can usually stream. Next week I have late shift, so I can't stream that early, but 9 p.m. is like a good time, I think, at least for me. In any case, if you want to see me fuck up a French toast, which should be virtually impossible, you're free to join me tomorrow. If not, I hope you have a good rest of your weekend. I thank you guys for watching as always, and I'll see you next time. Who would have thought that Genshin soundtrack fits so well to an Ireland stream? Thank you, Nordcry, for being vaguely Irish inspired.